I'd like to welcome everyone to the May 13th Williamson County Commissioner meeting. I don't think my microphone's on quite yet. While Diane works on that, the first item on the agenda is our invocation and pledge, and tonight will be delivered by District 4. The invocation will be given by Commissioner Pete Stresser. The pledge will be given by Commissioner Greg Lawrence. Please rise.
Let us pray. Heavenly Father, we come to you today asking for your guidance, wisdom, and support as we begin this meeting. Help us to engage in meaningful discussion, allow us to grow closer as a group, and nurture the bonds of community. Fill us with your grace, Lord God, as we make decisions that affect our fellow citizens. And continue to remind us that all that we do here today, all that we accomplish, is for the pursuit of truth, for the greater glory of you, and for the service of our fellow citizens. We ask these things in your name. Amen.
Amen.
Going in pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Next item on the agenda is roll call. In a moment, your screen should pop up. And if all commissioners will hit their present button so we can note you as present. Record the roll, please, Mr. Whitby.
I have 23 present, one absent. Commissioner Ricky Jones absent.
And we heard from Commissioner Ricky Jones. He's coaching the Fairview girls softball team, and they're in a finals, I believe, tonight that he needed to be at. So, absolutely. Next item on the agenda is approval of the minutes of the March 11th County Commissioner meeting. Copies were mailed out to each of the county commissioners. I'll entertain a motion. Got a motion, proper motion made by Commissioner Drew Torres, seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. Are there any additions or corrections to the minutes? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of accepting the minutes, press your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
And the motion passes. Next item on the agenda is our citizen communications. We allow up to 3 minutes per person. However, if there are more than 10, then we divide the 30-minute total by the number of participants who have asked to speak. And we have 11. If it pleases the commission, I think I'm inclined to go ahead and give each of those 3 minutes instead of doing the math. If there are no objections, that's what we'll do. As you come, and I'll call you in the order that you signed up, please state your name and the town you live in. Please remember to be courteous. We won't allow any derogatory statements from the audience. We don't allow any cheering or booing. And then just remember that as commissioners, we can't have a dialogue back with you. We can't answer your questions or make any comments or responses. First person I have on the list is Ira Weiss.
Good evening. Thank you for the opportunity to address the commission. My name is Ira Weiss, and I live in Brentwood. Outsourcing.
Mr. Weiss, if you don't mind, we're having trouble with the microphone. We want to make sure everybody can hear you.
Hello.
There we go.
Got it? Okay. I said, good evening. Thank you for this opportunity to address the commission. My name is Ira Weiss, and I live in Brentwood. Outsourcing the Economic Development Office with a contract to the Chamber, whose best interests may not always lie with those of the residents and taxpayers, required the Chamber to bring in at least 25 relocation and expansion projects within each fiscal year, and to grow the county job creation by 25% above the national county average as published by the Bureau of Labor Statistics, essentially putting growth on steroids. This accelerated growth has negatively impacted the very things that attract people and businesses that would grow the county at a more digestible, organic rate anyway. We now have heavy traffic and expect a 20% plus property tax increase coming, infrastructure, school, housing, and other issues diminishing the quality of life. It is interesting to note that the county's 2018 strategic plan in Section 3 titled Retain states, and I quote, "We know that 80 to 90% of new job growth comes from existing businesses adding new jobs. It is also significantly less expensive and time-consuming to help a company grow than to recruit a new company into an area," unquote. So this begs the question of who really benefits from this contract. Further, because the Chamber failed to live up to a number of the contract requirements, including a detailed accounting of money spent, you should call for an independent audit to discover exactly where taxpayers' monies went. Considering the above, a no vote on renewing this contract would be appropriate. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Weiss. Next, we have Angela Frederick. Frederick. Sorry.
Good evening. My name is Angela Frederick. I'd like to thank the County Commission for their time and efforts in their service to this county and for allowing public comment at these meetings. I'm currently serving as the president of the Williamson County Education Association, which represents teachers who work in WCS. My comments tonight are about teacher compensation. WCS is the best public school system in Tennessee and a major driver of the local economy. Families pay top dollar for homes in our county so they can send our children to our schools. All teachers deserve to earn a livable professional income, but the current pay scale is not up to that standard. A teacher with 20 years of experience and a master's degree in WCS can make nearly $3,000 more per year in Rutherford County schools and $7,000 more per year if they transfer to Metro Nashville schools. Teachers with many years of experience are being recruited by these neighboring districts, which leads to a loss of institutional knowledge and expertise. We should be trying to retain these teachers by paying more than MNPS and Rutherford County. I'd like to sum up my comments by saying that teachers appreciate the raises you've been approving over the past several years, and we hope that the funding gap will be filled this year. However, even with these raises, the salaries we are receiving are not keeping up with inflation or the rising costs of living in Middle Tennessee. If the commissioners have a vested interest in keeping WCS the best public school district in the state of Tennessee, and therefore keeping Williamson County a desirable place to live, then a more long-term compensation plan is required. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Catherine McKinney.
Hello, I'm Catherine. I live in Franklin, and thank you all for letting us speak. I'm a refugee from California. Contrary to popular belief, California was not always crazy. We had Ronald Reagan as a governor. It was a conservative state, like Tennessee. It changed slowly through fiscal mismanagement and poor decisions over many years. I understand that Williamson County is $1.2 billion in debt and running a deficit. Without changes, property taxes will increase. So why are we giving $400,000 a year to Williamson Inc.? I understand the contract was not renewed, but they're still getting checks. Can I get that deal? I'm trying to understand, okay? Williamson Inc. is part of the Chamber of Commerce. From the website, it says they incorporate both the Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development. Every chamber that I've ever been a part of is self-sustaining, and it's funded by dues from members. Economic Development typically is nonpartisan and done by a governmental entity. Why? Because you don't want to favor one business over another, and most of us here probably know that the chamber doesn't consist of all businesses. It consists of members that pay dues. So the chamber receiving tax dollars to quote-unquote develop business creates distortions in markets that lead to negative outcomes. It's a form of government favoring or funding business. So what do we see when government does this? We see distortions that tend to benefit a few at the cost of many. Has there ever been an analysis of the return or ROI on the $400,000 that we give them annually? Yeah, I didn't think so. So please stop funding this because it's not benefiting the majority of citizens. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Next, we have Elise Farrell.
Hi, you pronounced my name correctly, so I'm not going to repronounce it. I live in Franklin. I'm concerned about what's happening in this county because what's happening in this county is unacceptable. Our debt is out of control. And there are some elected officials that are treating taxpayer dollars as if it's their personal money and they can spend it however they want. In the particular instance of Mayor Anderson giving money to Williamson, Inc. with not a valid contract to do so, that's at best negligent and it's at worst criminal. This commission must ask, and not ask, require Williamson, Inc. to disgorge the money it illegally obtained, and its contract should not be renewed because they clearly cannot be trusted. As far as the jail, other financial decisions that need to be made in this county, please stop treating money, public money, as if it is a bottomless supply. It is not. Some of y'all may be independently wealthy, so you don't care how it impacts the rest of us. But as elected officials, you have a fiduciary duty to care about how it impacts the rest of us. I would ask you guys to please treat public money with the care that you would want your financial advisor to treat your money. I'd also ask you guys to please pass the resolution that Chris Richards is proposing to make more transparency for government, so that there's an ability for citizens like us to understand what's actually going on in the budget committee meetings. Thank you.
Thank you. Next, we have Valerie Williams.
Hi, I'm Valerie Williams. I live in Brentwood, and I have some of the same concerns as the last couple of speakers. I just am hoping that you will get an independent auditor and really go over where this money is going and how it's being spent, because I was shocked to hear that there was an expired contract that we were paying. So I'm just concerned about that issue. Thank you.
Thank you. Sue Moser. Next, we have Sue Moser.
Hi, I'm Sue Moser. I live in Brentwood. I've been a tax-paying citizen in Williamson County for 23 years. And one thing it seems no one typically talks about when looking at budgets like this is what it does to the quality of life for existing citizens when we're looking at new growth. We're basically, when the taxpayers are paying, we're literally paying to have our quality of life diminished or destroyed, depending on how far this goes. Can you all honestly say that the increased traffic year after year hasn't affected you negatively? Sure, people are going to continue to move here, but to use taxpayer money to promote people to move here must stop. Please vote no and do not renew the contract for Williamson, Inc. Thank you.
Next, we have Steve Hickey.
Good evening, ladies and gentlemen. I'm going to go a little different direction than everybody else has regarding the Williamson, Inc. issue. Our founders designed a system of governance that's purposefully adversarial. They wisely channeled ancient wisdom that holds that man tends to seek power, consolidate it, and use it for selfish ends. The tripartite system with checks and balances that we have is designed to temper that human nature and avoid the woes that inevitably follow. Nevertheless, there's been a disturbing trend over the last century to empower the executive branch so as to facilitate, quote, good governance. The result has been runaway executive fiats in lieu of duly passed legislation, government bloat, cronyism, and accelerating administrative tyranny. I was greatly disturbed when I heard that my tax dollars have been spent without county commission assent to fund Williamson, Inc. This alarming usurpation of your authority as our representatives is unconscionable. Furthermore, it does not appear that Williamson, Inc. has been fulfilling the terms of their contract, particularly regarding transparency. This calls into question other deals that may have been negotiated by the county executives without full commission knowledge or lacking commission oversight in their execution. I would recommend you delve into other areas where our tax dollars may not have been used appropriately. I would strongly urge you to either deny Williamson, Inc. funding in the forthcoming vote or table this matter until this and other potential abuses by the county executive can be fully investigated and proper controls implemented to ensure compliance with the authority your constituents have granted you. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we have Gary Moore.
Hello, I'm Gary Moore from Franklin, Tennessee. Ladies and gentlemen, I want to start off with a compliment, maybe a little offhanded, but we're all similar to a limestone rock. We're all different shapes and sizes, and we have different jagged edges. These jagged edges will not work out at all many times, so we have to do some other things to where we can work together more easily to try to get to a solution. The one I'm talking about, and my mother, you know, when I grew up, she made cat head biscuits this big and thick, and we loved them. And she made them from scratch. So today I'm here talking about, I'm going to call Chamber Gate, but we can't go from scratch. We have to start today with it and move forward. So with the Williamson Inc. and the chairman of the county commission, it's upon your backs right now to try to work to a solution. How are you going to do it with all this jaggedness going on and the people that are upset and bothered? And I'm going to leave the facts and figures of these people out here. I, again, are going to look to another solution. So let's try to get over some of this jaggedness and these things that we're doing that's not working. It's very simple. Let's think about the Holy Bible. And I'm hearing now, oh no, here we go again. But let's just think about it a minute. The Old Testament is about law and legalism. The New Testament is about blood of Jesus Christ and morality. Why in the world do we try to separate from the beginning of time legalism and morality? They both go together, and they always will, and when they are used that way, everything could be worked out. So when the jagged times come up, then people will step forward, people will find solutions, we'll work together, we'll get things done. But the jaggedness is always creating problems, and now we're going to need to see about Chambergate to get to Williamson Inc. and our chairman of the county commission to come forward some way honorably, honestly, and humbly to try to get to a solution. There's a lot of concern about this. If I could get a $400,000 contract for several years, I'd be signing up. So why isn't there a bidding process or something going after others? I know it's got the Chamber of Commerce associated with it. That's fine. But I can create a chamber, or anybody else can with that kind of money. So let's look about somebody else trying to do these types of things also. You know, I know there's some damage control going on. I know that there's letters being written. I know there's news articles, there's TV interviews. All of this is going to be coming up over the next few days. We're going to see and hear a lot about damage control, and that's fine. I'd be doing the same thing. But I wish people would just come forward, admit their mistakes, and let's move on. Let's get these things worked out. You know, I'm already been called a holy roller and all this type of thing, and that's okay. You can call me Henny Penny and Turkey Lurkey and the sky's falling down.
10
you
seconds.
can call me John the Baptist, and let's do something together. If we want to be like John the Baptist, let him have the locust and honey, and we'll eat these bug-eyed cicadas around here. Thank you.
Thank you. Next up, we got John Watts.
Wow, how do I follow that? I love Gary, I really do. I'm John Watts from Franklin, and it's a privilege to stand before this group and express some of my concerns. And continuing with the rest of the topic that everybody else is bringing up is Williamson Inc. and the county's relationship with it. And one of the things, there's two components as I look at it. There's authorization of the budget, then there's got to be a negotiated contract. One, if both are not in place, that you do not have a legal authority to execute and transfer funds. So the question that comes up with me is, who knew on the county side, who knew on Williamson Inc. side that the contract was null and void, and that yet funding was continuing to be transferred? So my suggestion this evening is you table the resolution and you start asking some very tough questions, including what was the performance of Williamson Inc.? Are they delivering the proper reports? Where are those reports, and are those reports being published? This commission here has an audit budget, so there's no reason that you couldn't dig into that audit budget and put together an audit process, not to make sure that the financial controls were followed, but to make sure that we were getting what we were supposed to, and if we weren't, why weren't we? And then go back and then ask the question, do we need to continue the relationship with Williamson, Inc.? And if so, to what degree? And perhaps we don't need to continue with it. It seems like the county is doing very well right now without spending this money, and I'm not really convinced, as many other people here are not convinced, that we're not getting what we should be getting for the $400,000. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Next up, we have Bill Petty.
Hi. I'm last, right?
No, one more after
Oh,
you.
okay. All right. It's always a pleasure to stand before this august body, and I do appreciate, even sometimes when I don't agree with you, I do appreciate the time and energy you put into managing our county, and I know that you all want to do the right thing. It's come to my attention that one of the commissioners has asked for an audit from Williamson, Inc. has been denied. So that tells me a lot. If you have an organization and you're unwilling to show your audit to people how you're spending the money, my question is why? If you're transparent and you're doing the right thing for the community, you should be proud of that, and you should be saying, hey, here's our audit. Here's what we're doing. Here's where every penny goes. We don't know that. So that's my biggest concern. And secondly, I think the transparency issue is important too. The school district, they don't have as many meetings as you folks do, I realize, but they have 3 meetings a month, and they record all of them. So somebody like I can go back and look at them, can watch them, can listen to them, can hear what people have to say. You hear what the deliberations are. I've made an effort to go to the budget meetings a few times and some other things, and they're very interesting. And I think that would be best for our community is that every committee meeting is recorded, so we have it for the archives. We know the discussions that were made. We know what the things that were talked about and how the decisions came about. And I would really like to have that, so I can't make every meeting, but I'd like to see some of them I can't make. So those are my 2 points, and thank you very much.
Thank you. And last up is Diane Chenard.
Hi. I'm a property owner in Franklin, Tennessee since 2012. Thank you all for your time and service this evening. I'm here tonight to urge you 2 things. First, that you adopt the Resolution 5-24-1, which advocates the recording and archiving of the commission meetings. And secondly, that you oppose Resolution 524-38, which will authorize the mayor to enter into a service agreement with Williamson, Inc. The Tennessee Conservative News broke a story last week revealing that officials have continued to make payments, that's the theme we've already heard tonight, on a contract that lapsed on June 23rd, 2023. If it's almost a year later and that now we're just seeing a request for reauthorization. So if this news report is indeed correct, the lack of county oversight is inexcusable. I ask, how and where did the breakdown of fiduciary responsibility occur? This matter warrants an investigation into unauthorized expenditure of taxpayer funds and to discover whether a wider pattern of neglect exists in this regard. Citizens demand assurance that those responsible for violating public trust be held accountable. Absent this pledge, the county will forfeit confidence in the office of the executive managing our day-to-day operations. Thank you.
Thank you. And that concludes citizen communications. The next item on our agenda is communications and messages. We have a few proclamations this evening. The first up is Mayor Rogers Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, tonight I have a proclamation. I'll be presenting it to Christie here in a minute about its appreciation, Telecommunication Appreciation Week. Whereas the safety and the well-being of our community are paramount importance, and the residents of Williamson County rely on a dedicated team of emergency personnel to respond swiftly and effectively to their calls for assistance. And whereas the first individuals who respond to emergency calls are the 911 telecommunicators who serve as a critical link between the public and the first responders. And whereas the 911 telecommunicators are the first point of contact for those in distress, providing crucial information, reassurance, and guidance during emergencies. And whereas their tireless and often high-stress work of the 911 telecommunicators is essential in coordinating the efforts of law enforcement, fire, medical service, and other medical responders. And whereas these 911 telecommunicators play a crucial role in public safety, often working long hours and facing emotional and psychological challenges in the course of the duties. And finally, whereas recognizing the final role played by the 911 telecommunicators as first responders is an important step in acknowledging their dedication and sacrifice, that is by my signature, and I declare and acknowledge that we further resolve that we extend our heartfelt gratitude and appreciation to the dedicated men and women who serve as 911 telecommunicators here in Williamson County.
If you'll give me just a moment, I'd just like to talk about the dispatcher standing behind me today. I stand here with great pride and gratitude that the mayor has chosen to recognize our telecommunicators as first responders. Our telecommunicators are professional. They use compassion and quick thinking to make a real difference in our community's life in the worst moments of their lives every day. I brought some of our 911 heroes here today, and I just wanted to talk about a few of them. 4 of these individuals back here received a Lifesaver Award this year for their role that they played in the life save of someone in Williamson County. Sean Shaver is the first one right here. He received a call for help from one of our rec centers. This individual had collapsed while he was playing basketball. Sean quickly and calmly gave AED instructions and CPR instructions until responders arrived, resulting in the life save of that individual. The next individual is Katie Mangrum. Katie Mangrum received a call for help from a citizen who reported that her family member was not breathing, even though she was on a CPAP machine. Katie recognized that the patient was in agonal breathing, instructed the caller to put that patient on the floor and gave life-saving CPR instructions that resulted in the return of the person's life before they even transported that person to the hospital. The next 2 is Taylor Johnson and Carrie Sawyer. Taylor is one of our 911 supervisors, and she received a call from help from a caller at one of our local restaurants. This caller stated that she believed that a male at the restaurant had overdosed and was unresponsive. Within 60 seconds, Taylor was giving life-saving CPR instructions to that caller. She did not know that that caller was our very own Carrie Sawyer, our 911 dispatcher, who was giving CPR instructions or CPR to that individual that she didn't know. Our 911 dispatchers play a crucial role in the emergency response system. They are behind the scenes every day, but they're a vital link between the person that needs help and the response to their help. But although across the nation, 911 telecommunicators are classified as secretarial, I ask that if you have an opportunity to support the 911 Saves Act. This act is a bill in the House right now, and if approved, will recognize that 911 dispatchers are first responders across the nation. Thank you for giving me a moment to speak, and thank the mayor for this recognition. It really goes a long way in showing that Williamson County supports our 911 telecommunicators and public safety. Thank you.
Next, we have a proclamation presented by Commissioner Matt Williams.
Good evening, fellow commissioners. Brings me great joy tonight to recognize a sport that is very near and dear to my heart in the wrestling community. You know, I will tell you, I wrestled 6th grade through high school, and we never had an opportunity to wrestle until 6th grade. But silently, probably over the last 15 years or so, this sport has grown tremendously in this area. And you go back years ago, Chattanooga area, the southeast Tennessee was kind of the mecca of wrestling. But as of late, Middle Tennessee, Williamson County and the greater Middle Tennessee area has really started to come on as a force. Now, the last 2 months has been fun, trying to run down a disparate group of clubs, coaches at different programs, and wrangle a bunch of which to some degree hinders the visibility of the sport. And so I think this is kind of unique to be able to get this many different clubs, both AAU and high school here recognized so that the sport can actually get some visibility and potentially lend a little bit of spotlight and shining it on that. So I want to start with the high school one, with any of the high schoolers that are here and the coaches present, if y'all could come forward. And I'm going to read it. If you guys could raise your hand when your name gets called, just want to take a minute to recognize you guys. So, proclamation honoring the 2024 wrestling finalists and champions from Williamson County Schools. Whereas Brentwood High School, Ravenwood High School, Franklin High School, Nolensville High School, Centennial High School, Independence High School, Summit High School, and Page High School maintain wrestling programs in the boys AA and girls divisions, and Fairview High School maintains wrestling programs in the boys single A and girls divisions. Whereas wrestlers from Williamson County Schools accomplished a record 11 finalists in the TSSAA State Wrestling Tournament in the boys AA division, and with 4 claiming the title of champion. Whereas an additional 22 wrestlers across the school district placed in the top 6 of their weight classes across the divisions of boys single A, boys AA, and girls, representing an astonishing 14.5% of all medals in all divisions being awarded to wrestlers from Williamson County. The following wrestlers were finalists, coached by Damon Smith at Brentwood High School, Andrew Donaldson and Arash Yazdani. Y'all here? Coached by Drew DeCito at Independence High School, Riddick Romano and Spencer Kahn. Coached by Pete Miller at Summit High School, Zachary Little and Peter Savarino. And coached by Johnny Melzoni at Nolensville High School, Chase Mays. Whereas the following wrestlers were champions, coached by Pete Miller at Summit High School, senior Jarvis Little, 132 pounds, the first 3-time state champion in school history, senior Landon DeSell, 144 pounds, at a 2-time state champion, and junior Braden Leach at 150 pounds. Coached by Johnny Melzoni at Nolensville High School, Trey McTorrey at 175 pounds. Now, therefore, be it resolved that the Williamson County Mayor and Board of Commissioners hereby congratulates the 2024 finalists, champions, coaches, and schools for their outstanding season, and do by hereby recognize the level of excellence exemplified by each of these outstanding individuals. Get a picture. Y'all may not like each other, but you got to stand together. Come here, guys. And then I'm gonna give this to the superintendent. We'll get copies out to the clubs. So. Thank you so much.
And I believe you have another proclamation, Commissioner Williams.
And as for the second one, so part of the reason we've had success in this county at the high school level is because really for the last 15 years, what our AAU clubs have been doing kind of silently by the scenes. We have 6 AAU clubs across the county that have wrestlers that are pre-K through 8th grade that ultimately feed into it. And so if I can, for our AAU coaches and wrestlers, if y'all are in the crowd, if y'all could come forward. We had a lot of kids missing. They got baseball games and other things going on tonight, but we have some here. Proclamation honoring the 2024 Tennessee AAU wrestling finalists and champions from Williamson County. Whereas 85 Tennessee AAU wrestling clubs had qualifying wrestlers that competed at the 2023-24 Tennessee AAU State Individual Wrestling Championships hosted by the Williamson County Agricultural Center. And whereas Williamson County Wrestling Club, Nolensville Wrestling Club, Brentwood Wrestling Club, Fairview Wrestling Club, Franklin Wrestling Club, and Spartan Wrestling Club all reside within Williamson County, representing 574 wrestlers that competed between the grades of pre-kindergarten through 8th grade. And whereas collectively the clubs had 114 wrestlers qualify for the Tennessee AAU State Individual Wrestling Championship, garnering 56 place winners and bringing home 10.3% of the total medals available. And whereas Williamson County Wrestling Club, coached by Henry Kahn, Jesse Medina, and John Carter, had 54 qualifiers, 29 place winners, finalist Alexander Roca, Tot 35, Reese Carter, Bantam Division 60-pound, Weston Chestnut, Bantam Division 125 pounds, Josh Torvik, Junior Division 205 pounds, Maddox McCullough, Middle School Division 105 pounds, Nicholas Pasqualini, Middle School Division 135 pounds, Jordan Mraz, Girls Division 6 through 8, 185 pounds, and state champions Isaiah Earl, Midget Division 80 pounds, Caleb Shipman, Junior Division 80 pounds, Everett Harper, Middle School Division, 70 pounds. Brandon McDonald, Middle School Division, 250 pounds. And Libby Robledo, Girls Division, 6 through 8, 100 pounds. Nolensville Wrestling Club, coached by Jamie Morrell, had 18 qualifiers, 7 place winners, and finalists Tyler Dowd, Junior Division, 80 pounds. Bryce Peterson, Middle School Division, 115 pounds. And Dalton Patty, Middle School Division, 152 pounds. Fairview Wrestling Club, coached by Matt Ribble, had 16 qualifiers, 6 place winners, and 1 finalist, and Leland Venata, Bantam Division, 55 pounds. Brentwood Wrestling Club, coached by Brandon Bruner, had 15 qualifiers and 7 place winners, and Spartan Wrestling Club, coached by Jarvis Little, had 6 qualifiers and 2 place winners. Franklin Wrestling Club, coached by Patrick Dooley, had 5 qualifiers and 2 place winners. Now therefore be it resolved that the Williamson County Mayor and Board of Commissioners hereby recognizes the contributions to the success of wrestling in our community and congratulates the 2024 finalists, champions, coaches, and clubs for their outstanding season, and do hereby recognize the level of excellence exemplified by each of these outstanding individuals. Congratulations, guys.
Next on the agenda is reports of county offices. Mayor Rogers Anderson.
Mr. Chairman, as normal, let me call up Phoebe to give us a snapshot of the county's financial situation over the last 30 and 60 days since we last met.
Good evening. Included in your packets are the reports for both the months of February and March, as we did not meet last month. You will see on your report for the month-end budget report, as of March, our revenue collections were at 89.86% of our budget projections for the county general fund. We have completed our revenue balancing process for the month of April, and we are currently at 97% collections for our fiscal year against those budget projections. So we do anticipate increasing, actually exceeding what we had projected originally for revenue collections for the general fund, as well as all county funds. We did incur a loss for the Cool Springs Conference Center in the month of March in the amount of $21,036. The previous month, however, in February, we did receive a profit of $70,311. You will also find in your packets, obviously, the privilege tax collection reports for the months of February and March. Both for the month of February and March, we collected a little over $1.1 million, respectively, for each of those months. Then we are holding steady again as well for April, exceeding $1.1 million. Our education impact fee collections for both months of February and March, we're holding at $1.7 million, just a little over. So as you can see, our revenues for the end of this quarter have been, are looking very positive in all aspects. I did receive a question, as all of you are aware, of Williamson Inc. and how they are paid, and I did want to make sure that email was sent back to you as a response later at the end of the day, and I just wanted to make sure that each of you did receive that email. But I would like to just touch briefly on that email if you did not have an opportunity to read that before you came this evening. Those payments to Williamson Inc. are made quarterly. They are based on a reimbursable basis. And what I mean by that is very quarterly, I receive a request for those funds to be issued to Williamson Inc. A payroll register is sent outlining those individuals that have been paid in regard and on our behalf of the Williamson Chamber. Looking at that report and that documenting those salaries of those individuals who promoted the economic development for the county, I then verify that those salaries that were incurred for that quarter either equal or exceed our monthly payment of $100,000. And that's how we come up with the $4 million, is $100 is made quarterly as a reimbursement based on the documentation of those salaries, and it's 4 to 5 individuals. This last quarter, it was 4 individuals. I do not pay salaries for the entire chamber, obviously, only those that are involved with the economic development section and building that for the county. Prior to that, I think there was 5. But again, I do check those and make sure they exceed or equal at least the $100,000 that has been approved in the budget by this commission. If there's any other questions, I'd be happy to address those now.
Any questions for Mrs. Phoebe Riley? I see none.
All right, thank you.
Mr. Chairman, just one correction. She said 4 million. There was 3, a little bit higher. So next on our program tonight, we wanted to call upon Matt Largent to explain the resolution under my time period of which to go through some data and information that he's got. Matt?
Thank you, Mayor. Thanks, Commissioners. And thanks, everybody who was able to attend our Economic Development Informational Session a couple weeks ago. I really appreciate it as well. So, Williamson Inc., we're the county's Chamber of Commerce and Office of Economic Development. We're the product of the unification of 3 chambers. 12 years ago, brought in economic development after that. And we've been managing this contract on an annual basis for the last 11 years on behalf of Williamson County Provided Economic Development Services for our community. Over the last 11 years, we've seen unemployment rate go from over 5% down to 2.5. From an economic indicator standpoint, we've seen the employment actually increase pretty substantially, less than 100,000 going to over 135,000 in the time we've managed the contract. We've also seen incomes rise as well, both in terms of median household and per capita income in the time we've been there and been operating, and we've seen new business increase as well, especially after what we saw with COVID. We've seen a lot of new business come into the community. Really proud of the work our team did 2 years ago after COVID, really working with our small business community. In fact, Williamson County came out of COVID as the 5th highest net new business or net business of any county in America, and that was great in terms of recovery from COVID. And look, I understand we're not solely responsible for this. I'm not suggesting that in the least. I know everybody has a role to play in creating this environment that allows and encourages investment in our community, but these are performance metrics when it comes to the work we do reflected in the value we provide to Williamson County government. we did serve as the project lead for these companies that did move their headquarter operations or corporate operations to Williamson County in the past 11 years. Hardee's, Schneider Electric, Mitsubishi Motors, K-Love, Kaiser Aluminum, and In-N-Out, creating good paying jobs for our friends, family, and neighbors. And they were all competitive projects where we competed against companies and communities across the country. And so we're really proud of the work we did, again, providing those economic opportunities for residents in Williamson County specifically. And I also want to note, too, look, there's nothing that changes a life like a good job. And there's nothing that adds to the county budget when it comes to the property taxes these companies generate in buildings full of these headquarter operations. In fact, just the building where Schneider Electric were located generated almost $700,000 in property taxes last year. You multiply that by 14.4 million square feet of office space across the county, you can see the return on investment that the work we do really matters to the constituents in our community. So moving forward, looking at proposed economic development benchmarks moving forward, these are focused a lot on existing business. It's focused on small business, on entrepreneurship, really supporting the economy here in our community. So these things didn't change. These two, managing our Economic Development Council, our 3-star program, those are 2 programs that allow the county to apply for funding from the state. We've been managing that for 11 years. It's been successful. Business expansion, retention, and expansion, that's really important too. Developing these relationships with these company executives to make sure as they choose to invest in communities across the country, they're investing right here in growing jobs in Williamson County specifically. It's important to remember our existing companies are another community's best prospects. So keeping in touch with them and making sure we're supporting their growth is really important to the future of this economy. Next, our Franklin Innovation Center. We've got an entrepreneur center on the former campus of O'Moore College that we're managing that's really good in terms of job creation and working with our small businesses. Still engaging with site location professionals, working with companies that are a good fit for Williamson County long-term from a corporate headquarter relocation standpoint. Obviously, working with the region, we know that companies don't look at political or geographic boundaries. That's important. And then finally, career opportunities for kids in our school system. This is probably the most important thing we do. Excuse me, is creating these opportunities for relevance and being exposed to careers for kids in K through 12. I know I've rushed. I know it's a very full agenda. And I know when our resolution comes up, I'm happy to answer questions then. Great, thanks.
Thank you.
Mr. Chairman, I have one other item. I think he is putting it up on the screen now. Try to put some facts with some information that is circulated out there. As you can read for yourself, the screen above me is on the headlines of the Tennessee Conservative newspaper on May the 9th, 2024, stating that the Williamson County Mayor paid the Chamber of Commerce affiliation organization hundreds of thousands of dollars under expired contract without the county commission approval. The dates are the following. On February the 16th, 2024, Commissioner Chris Richards emailed our office looking to find a contract with Williamson Inc. That same afternoon, he received the resolution, the original contract, and the current addendum to the contract. On March 7th, just a couple of weeks later, he followed up noting that the contract provided to him expired last year and was looking for an up-to-date contract and seeking the breakdown from Williamson Inc. on how the money was spent in accordance with the contract. On March 8th, the office replied that we were not able to locate a current renewal for the contract. However, we would work to ensure a resolution would be brought forth on the May County Commission agenda. The email also noted that since the inception of the partnership agreement, 100% of the county funds are earmarked on salaries in the Economic Development Department at Williamson Inc. I'm standing here before you tonight to let you know that the headlines are not completely true. This Board of Commissioners actually annually meet to adopt a budget by an itemized resolution for major categories and by individual fund accounts. On June 26, 2023, just last year, the board convened. 20 of you were here and present. 4 were out: Mason, Nation, Stresser, and Williams. During that meeting, Resolution 2623-1 was on the agenda, presented before this body. Each major category was voted on and included a category of other general government. The first line item in the major category reads 58190, other economic community developments, with a $400,000 appropriation line. The majority, this major category passed by unanimous vote, 20-0. The appropriation resolution in its entirety passed by a recorded vote of 20-0. As the official record reflects, this legislative body of elected officials approved the appropriations and the budget funding for the Office of Economic Development. These headlines are simply not true. The funding indeed had your county commission approval. Yes, we burnt the biscuits. The 5-year contract that expired on 6/30/23 was inadvertently placed on the 6/30/24 renewal folder. And for the past 10 months, we have not had an agreement, but we're working on that, and that's before you tonight, as we have pointed out at the last county commission meeting. It's a business model that the county has been operating under since the county commission approved the resolution transferring the economic development duties from a county department to the chamber by approval of a resolution 6/1834. Mr. Chairman, I can ask you any questions you want.
Any questions for the mayor? I have a question from Commissioner Richards.
Mr. Mayor, as you know, I brought up this concern to the commission. If what you said is true, then have any role in approving this resolution, because if we approve the budget, then you can just go ahead and spend the money. Would that be correct? That this resolution is pointless?
Mr. Richards, I'll let legal counsel answer that one for you on contracts.
It is certainly expected that the county commission will approve the contract with Williamson, Inc.
That really didn't answer my question.
Well, what is your question?
My question is, according to what the mayor just said, you didn't need a contract in order to make those payments.
I don't believe that's what he said. I
That's what I understood it to be.
I believe what he said is that the money was budgeted and both entities operated under the mistaken impression that they had an existing contract.
And then, in which case, if we do not approve this resolution, the mayor can go ahead and pay that contract again. I'm like, what we're doing here is a circus thing.
I think there's a difference between intentionally not entering a contract and a mistaken impression or a mutually mistaken impression under the law.
Taken.
I don't think there's any evidence to the contrary.
I don't know. I'm just asking the question.
The mayor just said that it was a mistake.
I would ask one more thing. Mayor, one of the emails you left off, I did request a full audit of their books. Given everything that I've lined out here, they have not provided a full detailed accounting of what they have spent the money on. Let me finish, please. That is clearly spelled out in the contract in an effort to originally, when they had their own business pack, to make sure that money was not spent on the business pack. We have been given no detailed accounting. Pay stubs are not a detailed accounting. So I'm going to request again that we have an audit of the Williamson Inc. books for the past 5 years. I think that would make everybody feel better in this room, including myself. And if there's nothing there to be seen, then there's no problem with doing the audit.
Can I comment now?
Yes, please.
So I'm not sure that I have the authority to demand a 501c3 to give us an audited account of their business, and I do believe that they are a 501c3.
The contract states that any duly authorized person from Williamson County can request an audit.
Correct. And the audit has been, Phoebe just told you, they send a bill, we send up to $100,000 on each one. What is there to audit?
That's not an audit. It requires a 5-year audit. Like what she gave us was just an accounting of which just recently happened. I want to go back and look at the books for 5 years. That's an audit done by a third party. And I'll just say it. I'm like, the county, the contract doesn't spell out who's duly authorized. I'm going to assume that I'm duly authorized since I'm a commissioner, so I'm asking for an audit of their books.
Thank you.
Any other questions for the mayor? Question from Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Good evening, Mayor. I just, for the benefit of everybody in the room that may not know the history on the Office of Economic Development, could you expound a little bit on the statutory requirement the county has to promote economic development, and what was the reasoning behind breaking out the Economic Development Council and moving it over to the chamber when that decision was made?
Can give you a lot of the history, Commissioner, on that. I'm not sure exactly what year we started this process that we're currently under. Do you know, Matt?
13 years ago.
So approximately 10 to 13 years ago, the Economic Development and the Chamber and the CVB were all under county control. The decision was made by this body that the ECD, the Economic Development, and the Chamber and the CVB would be moved out from underneath the county so they could perform their jobs that they needed to do to promote whatever area, whether it's tourism, whether it was economic development, the chambers could do their things out in the community. If I'm not mistaken, I may need to call on legal counsel here, but under the guidelines of economic development, we have to have an economic development department. Am I correct on that, legal? And so they meet on a quarterly basis, and that oftentimes includes, they're always invited. The cities, it's open to the public. The cities are involved, the chamber's involved. I'm trying to think of all the people, all the different people that arrive at this meeting one time a quarter. I have been told that we might have missed, the ECD, who handles that, may have missed a meeting last year. But regardless, they meet on a quarterly basis to go over the economic conditions, what you have seen here presented by Matt tonight, throughout our county, city by city, district by district, and oftentimes they talk about school improvements and what that means to our community. So it is a requirement to have it under law. And the model that we set up when they left here was that we agreed to do $400,000 a year to help them promote Williamson County throughout the county areas, oftentimes resulting in them having to have job fairs, different activities within that area. But the chamber and the ECD were to be kept separate. So this funding that we've had over that year is paid by the county on behalf of all the citizens, all the businesses, to try to recruit, retain new businesses that come to our town, because as we all know that there's unemployment in our county. We have been very fortunate over many long years to have low unemployment that allows the business to come to town to supply the jobs that we need as people move in here. And answer everything.
Yeah, well, I have one follow-up question, if I may. But before this relationship started, so was the county funding 100% of the cost of the chamber, the Economic Development Council, and the tourism?
I want to be careful how I answer this. The ECD and the chamber were one entity. They had separate things, but they all rolled up underneath the county's oversight.
So was it all funded by the county, though, at that point?
No.
No? Okay. And so what was the decision, why was the decision made to break it out, and what was the advantage, I guess, of breaking it out and making it
Frankly,
separate from
the
county?
model that we got would allow the activities in economic development and chamber to further their causes without the interference of oversight by the government. Even though they were working in the chamber side, there's activities that go on the chamber that just do not fold up onto government standards and accountability, financial. You're talking about financial. We're audited every single year by the state, every single year. And I think last year we had one write-up, and maybe 2 years ago we didn't have any. And does that sound right, Phoebe? I think over the last 6 to 10 years, we've probably had 3 write-ups that we can mitigate almost immediately. But it's you know, that's what audits are for. Keep you on your toes.
Okay, that answers my question. Thank you, Mayor.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
I don't think I was here when that went down, where or maybe right after I became a commissioner. So I can't really remember, but other commissioners that were here told me that part of the understanding was we would transfer economic development to the chamber, and then they would eventually wean themselves off of the $400,000, or maybe it was $300 at the time. And that the goal was they would do it all because it's redundant with what the chamber wants to do anyway. So is that true?
I don't remember that. Now, you mentioned chamber, then you mentioned economic development. I know there's a due structure. This is a question maybe you want to ask Matt. There's a due structure for the chambers. On the economic side, ECD side, they have fundraisers every couple of years to help raise money for the activities they need to promote within the county.
So you're saying the ECD is doing the economic development, not the chamber?
Correct.
Okay.
Matt, you want to touch on it any deeper?
Yeah, I obviously defer to the mayor, but public-private partnerships are pretty common across the country, and a lot of the work that we do, the funding from the private sector tends to get leverage for the funding for the public sector as well. So a lot of people contribute in the private sector, understanding it as a partnership with the public sector as well. So again, it's a model that's pretty common across the country, where the private sector commits and the public sector does as well. And for us, I think we're 40% public and about 60% private, and we do that campaign once every 5 years.
But wasn't that the understanding when it first happened, that you would eventually not need the public money any longer?
I'm not aware of that.
Did we tape the meetings back then? Can I go back and look at videos?
I'll let you take that.
I'm sure our county commission meeting were probably on tape at that time.
Audio, you mean, or video?
Well, just like we do
Okay.
every county commission, they're on tape.
All right. Well, I just need to know when the resolution was that created this situation.
I think Diane's got the actual resolution. We can give you the number.
So let's say,
I emailed it out to everyone too.
well,
June of 18.
June of 18. No, that's not long enough.
That's not the original.
That couldn't be 2018? I'm talking about the resolution that created economic development outside of the county. But okay, let's say I find it.
Diane just handed me a resolution 6/1834, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into a service agreement with Williamson, Inc., doing business as Williamson County Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development for continued operation of the Williamson County Office of Economic Development.
Okay, so what's the date on that?
6/18.
June of 2018.
That's not long
There's-
enough.
there's-
They're
there's
talking about 13 years
I
ago.
think that's a renewal.
Okay.
Well, if you've got all the answers, you're welcome to come and look at it.
From that question, Sturgeon, I'll simply say we'll find the date and time where the chamber broke off from the Williamson County government.
Okay.
And find that information for you. Do you have a follow-up question?
Well, yeah, because whether I find it or I don't find it, the question is it conceivable that we could wean the ECD off of the $400,000? Because, right, I mean, in my opinion, I think we've lit the fire and it's burning, and I'm not sure we need to put any more gasoline on it.
Commissioner, the funding, just like I went through the letter, this body has the authority to vote up or down on just about all funding. I do not create funding models. If you all vote for it, from the executive branch, I have to execute that. If you vote no to do away with funding for ECD, then that's exactly what will happen.
Okay, well, then maybe Matt could answer what that would do to the ECD.
Yeah, no, so we plan 5 years out in terms of funding, and it would have a negative impact on our budget for sure, because we did plan for this county money to be there. Again, there is a leverage between the private sector invest because they see the public sector invest, because both organizations have a role in the future economy of this community. And again, it's pretty common across the country, but yeah, they do, those funds do leverage each other, and it would certainly be a challenge for us if that was the case.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Just a couple quick housekeeping things. You are classified as a 501c6.
Yeah, that's correct. That's right.
So I wanted to mention that. And then regarding the audit, I mean, it's part of the contract that you be subject to audit in Article 5B, subject to audit at any reasonable time and upon reasonable notice. So I don't think it's an unreasonable request to, considering just some of the things that we're missing. I know that there's a financial report that's due by February 1st, also as part of the contract, and I've been here for 2 Februaries. I don't think I've seen that report. If it does exist, I mean, I think it'd be great to redistribute that. Also, did want to note that I believe your address is on Aspen Grove Drive, right?
That's right. That's right. That's
So
correct.
that is something else I think that needs to be corrected with the contract. It does have the wrong address on it. So those are just a couple of things that I noticed, and obviously the other things that were mentioned. And I know this will come up again, but I do think we probably need to look at some of the objectives. I agree with Commissioner Sturgeon. If we're at that point now where it's like we're focused on expansion, that maybe we reconsider, renegotiate some of the objectives that we have with the ECD that lines up more with what our needs are at the county, because growing debt is a concern, raising property taxes is a concern, overcrowded schools is a concern. So I do think we need to find better alignment between what the county's objectives are and the people who live here and that growth, so.
Sure, and a lot of things are reflected. These are definitely different than what we put together 12 years ago. And certainly it is more on the expansion, retention, small business entrepreneurship.
Commissioner Aiello.
Thank you. This is a question, I suppose, probably for legal and maybe Matt combined. Is Williamson Inc. operating the Joint Economic Community Development Board under TCA 658-114?
I believe so.
And that's a required board from the state legislature?
Correct.
Is Williamson Inc. beholden to the statutory provision then of 658-114 in its operation of the board?
I'd have to look at the specifics of that, but I believe the answer is yes.
Because I was looking at the statute and then also the proposed contract, and it seems like most of the provisions of the contract track the statutory provisions of that legislation. Is that fair to say?
I think that was the intent.
Okay. And then the final question, 114H has a funding mechanism or a way that the board can request funding from municipalities. It also comes with a provision that says that if there's a failure to fund, then the board can impose certain sanctions on those non-participating municipalities, including counties. Is that
I don't know. Yeah, I don't know that that's ever been done. And I would also point out that I believe this county and this county commission tied funding for the economic development function to the hotel motel tax at 30%, according to a private act. at one point, but I'd have to go back and run that down. I know the CVB is, but I think even the economic development has some tie to hotel motel tax as a revenue source, but I'll have to run down the specifics on that.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Sanford.
This question, I got two things. For legal first, where did the $400,000 number come from? Like, who decides that $400,000 is the number?
I would not know. We're provided the numbers to draft in. We don't come up with that number.
Commissioner, that's what we started. That's the number we started with, and it comes straight out of the county general.
Gotcha. All right. And then secondly, for Matt, based on what Commissioner Smith just said, part of the contract, you need to submit to an audit. Are you willing to do that or no?
We audit our financials, sure.
Are you willing to show this?
No.
Commissioners?
I'll defer to Rogers on that.
Well, I'm asking you.
Sure.
Yeah, sure.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah, no problem.
Commissioner Steve Smith. I'm sorry, Commissioner Hayes is before Commissioner Steve Hayes.
Hi there. This question is for Matt.
Sure.
So are you guys accredited with the U.S. Chamber of Commerce?
We're not accredited, but we're members of ACCE.
Okay.
Accreditation is not a requirement.
No, I was just curious, because I know that's a governing body over chambers, and just for context, I grew up in Gwinnett County, which is one of the fastest growing counties in the United States back in the 90s, and now we are in that same position, and I can remember, because I actually considered being an executive of a chamber many years ago, and they put out a very formal colored binder that tells everything in detail, what they've done, how they've spent the money. I mean, it's detail. I just looked it up as I'm sitting here. Do you guys, have you thought about producing that? Because when I heard all the scuttlebutt come up, the first thing I did is go to your website and say, well, is there like a formal annual report? I was a little surprised, I'll be honest, because when you're taking money from people and then there's a contract that says you are supposed to produce certain documents and certain reports annually, that's what I looked for. I'm like, okay, before I make judgment, I want to look, right? So, literally they have 75 ribbon cuttings. They're putting detail. So maybe we need to be better at documenting our contract, what our expectations are of you, because I think here on the first whereas, it talks about responsible for blah, 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 but maybe our ownership is we need to be more detailed as to what we expect of you in that report every year. But I would think, that's why I was wondering if you're accredited, because that to me is kind of even if you're not accredited, I'm sure there's some kind of format that they would recommend you follow. And I read body language really well, so the look on your face seems like you're like, oh gosh.
No, I'm not sure what the question is.
I already asked it. I'm just making a point that other counties that are still growing are producing a formal bound colored annual report. And so
we spend our time and resources elsewhere. I'll just be honest.
Well, I'm not looking for a pretty colored report that's going to sit on my like this.
Right.
I'm not looking for that.
But no, and I do think
a simple response.
Sure.
And here's the thing. Here's what bothers me is that I'm feeling an energy from you, and I read body language really well. And you can sit here and give me a little sarcastic smile. I don't know.
Yeah.
Well, I don't appreciate them. My constituents are calling me, asking me, "What are you doing about this? And why aren't they complying?" And I've allowed commissioners who've led this effort to pursue this, because I don't think you need to be bombarded with 15 of us. But I just don't get a sense of your willing to step forward and say, here you go, and just give it in a prettier format. I know it takes time, but annually we haven't received this report. I'm just really concerned that we're going to vote on this, and this is the contract for this year, but what are we doing for contract for last year, I guess is a question I have of you, Rogers. Are we looking to have something that's, it's already almost over, but I don't know. What are we doing about last year's contract that was never renewed? Are we doing anything, or are we just going to let it go? And are we going to hold them accountable to producing that February report that we didn't receive?
We can't backdate a contract,
Correct. I'm not asking you to do that.
but we can get the information that is that he has provided in the report to pick up this period of time, if that's what you want, Commissioner.
I think that would be wise, considering there's a lot of questions and concerns. And then also, in this resolution, I think we should provide more detail as to what we expect for that February annual. I really do. I think that would be wise for all the people in the crowd who've come here for that reason as well.
Yeah, and I didn't mean to minimize it. I apologize. We're happy to provide whatever you'd like. I think the benchmarks are really important moving forward and making sure we all agree those are the right benchmarks where we are as a county moving forward.
Yeah, and I don't want you to think that I don't think you guys have done anything of value, but I do, we have constituents.
Sure, of course. Understand.
Scream at us all the time.
Understand. And again, I appreciate the time that people were able to attend our session a couple of weeks ago we spent an hour and a half talking about the work we do on behalf of the counties for the constituents, for your constituents. And we're happy to do those things more often, for sure. All right, thank you.
Commissioner Steve Smith?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Following up on Commissioner Aiello's comments, I've got a question for council. What would voting to not fund this program, what would the ramifications be with the Tennessee 3-star program? Is that still something that we're involved in? I believe we approve that every year, and it gives us the ability to work with the state to acquire funding.
3-star program allows us to apply for certain grants from the state and funding through that. This would potentially implicate our participation as a 3-star county. And, I can't say that it would definitely do X or Y without going back and looking at the program. And quite honestly, I didn't review that prior to tonight. But yeah, I believe it is part of that. But we still have an underlying obligation to provide economic development in the county. If you don't do it through Williamson, Inc., you're going to have to do it in another manner.
Thank you.
Commissioner Torres?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. And I don't know who this may be for legal counsel, but following up on Commissioner Aiello's, the contract's following the state, and we're following the state's requirement to do economic development, correct?
Correct.
Does the law prescribe how much money or provide a formula that has to be applied? And what I'm getting at is how we're arriving at the 400 is, because I think I understand it, is that's offsetting the salaries that reside in the Economic Development Office under Williamson, Inc.
I'm not aware of a specific formula under the statute, although as I pointed out, I believe as early as the 1990s, we had a funding mechanism through private act tied to the hotel motel, but that is a cap on the amount. Up to 30% of that is, if I remember correctly, and it's in the rule book on the authorizations, but I think that's right. So I don't remember anything in the state statute that says it has to be a certain percentage or a hard dollar amount, but I'll be happy to take a look at that and get that back to you.
Right. Thank you.
Commissioner Guffey?
Thanks, Chairman. Hey, Matt. So I've attended many events, and I know that Williamson Inc. puts on quite a few events throughout the year. I think one of those, I believe, is an annual economic development sort of summit or, a presentation specific to economic development, and all the commissioners on this body are invited to that. Is it annual, biannual?
It is. It's usually in the spring. It's called Outlook Williamson. We take a deep dive into the current and projected future state of the Williamson County economy.
Okay, great. Thank you.
Mm-hmm. Thank you.
Any other questions for the mayor or Matt Largent? Commissioner Mary Smith?
It's this is not about the Williamson Inc. I know you discussed putting together a public meeting for the jail project. We've had a lot of public interest in that. So I was wondering if you had any timing on when that might be held.
Yeah, we're calling it a commission, a meeting of all of the commissioners. We've focused in on 2 or 3 different dates. I've got to turn to Diane, and I know that we're struggling with getting commissioners there or having...
We're currently at July 12th.
July 12th.
July 12th. Okay, thank you.
No, June 12th. Let me look at my calendar.
Okay. Okay, just, I know there's a lot of public interest in it, so I just want to make sure that we can get that out there and socialize.
It's not confirmed yet
Okay.
because we're still waiting to hear back from the Gresham Smith group. But
Okay.
I think it's June 12th. Let me double check. That's not correct either.
But we are working on it. Whatever that date, we're trying to find to get everyone there, get the commissioners there, to get our consultants there, to get Gresham and Smith there. You got it?
June 17th is what we're working towards now.
Okay. Thank you.
June 17th. But once I get everybody's calendars in sync, I'll send it all out.
And Mr. Chairman, if I can follow up on that, our intent of that meeting is go back as far as we can and come forward and explain some of the rationales to where we are in our processes. There have been comments made that they want more information on whether it's Judge Guffey's area, the jail, why are we building it there? In the early stages, we looked at trying to find another location for the jail. And quite frankly, no community wanted a jail in their back door. So we chose where the current jail is by making some moves, moving one building out to the landfill, renovating another building, moving people into that one. And so it's been a series of processes that we have gone to. We're to the stage we need to make decisions for Judge Guffey's area and the juvenile area. Each time we delay that, it's just more cost and a delay of getting this thing up and going. She has requested a temporary, well, we could put a trailer out there. We'd have to have law enforcement out there, but you'll spend quite a bit of money, several hundreds of thousands of dollars to get that done on a temporary basis. So hopefully at this meeting we can gather all this information that we have had in the past, but now that we're being forced to look at the real hard numbers, people are a little bit nervous, but there's no way. I want to go on record for this. I know people don't like to hear this, but there's no way to do what we've got to do in the juvenile area and the jail area without a property tax increase. That is, unless we cut funding tremendously, you cannot build that kind of a jail and a juvenile and the things we've got to do, which we're bound by law to do these things. That jail is 30 plus years now. So there's just no way, and it's the same thing we heard at the Budget Committee, I think it was last week, Mr. Chairman, about $600,000 for inmate health care. $800,000. I mean, we spent $800,000 for inmate health care at the last budget meeting.
It's on tonight.
And it's on here tonight. And we can't deny paying these bills for health care to our prisoners. And so that's part of that process. It's not very tasteful, but the jail is one that we have to go forward with.
Any other questions for the mayor? I see none.
Thank you.
Next up, we have Superintendent of Schools, Jason Golden.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and thank you, Commissioners. You all may not realize it, but if you're a parent, you do. We have about a week and a half of school left, so we're very excited about that. Our students are. Commissioner Williams, thank you for your resolution that you brought to this body, and you all thank you for that related to our wrestling. I did want to point out that the TSSAA state championships are here at the Williamson County Agricultural Center. So Kenny Wallace and his team do a great job bringing the community in for those wrestling events. We do have a number of items on your agenda tonight. A revenue item, then a couple of expense items, just as a reminder related to our capital request. Based on the request that some of you had last year, we delayed our traditional timing of this request from usually about January or so to May, so that you could get that picture of all the requests that we have on an annual basis. These particular requests are part of our 5-year capital plan that address those longer-term projections of some of those maintenance, safety, and technology issues that we have before you. That is my report for tonight. If you guys have any questions, sure would be willing to answer them.
Any questions for the superintendent? I see none.
All right, thank you.
Next, we have the hospital report, Mr. Phil Mazuka and Mr. Mike Genesee.
Mr. Chairman, Commissioners, I appreciate you giving us the opportunity to provide some brief comments. First, oh yeah, Jason was here. First thing I want to do is give you a quick project update. We're really close to opening the new West Tower expansion. Our grand opening event is going to take place on Tuesday, June 18th from 3:30 p.m. to 6:30 p.m. We're inviting the community to the event and hope each of you will be able to attend. We'll be providing tours of the new space. We'll be celebrating the opening, and we'll do a ribbon cutting that day. After we open that day, following week, we will be moving into our med-surg units, and the week after that, our intensive care unit. We will have our cardiac center in the new North Tower of the West Wing open, and that's where I'll have our new electrophysiology lab, which we don't have electrophysiology lab today. We'll have 2 cath labs in there too, and one of the cath labs has already been installed. The second one is the one we bought about a year ago that we put into temporary space. And so we'll be moving that to the new space. That'll all take place by July 15th, but we'll be using that center with the EP lab to start, because EP lab could do both EP and cardiac cath. Once that takes place, right now we have 37 of our 43 beds in our adult ER open. Remember, we went from 28 beds now to 37. We have the new flex pod in there where we can handle behavioral health patients. The remaining 6 beds will open by July 15th. Also left, we'll have a little bit of OB work to do. We'll have our C-section room and a little bit of the LDR space that's being renovated done somewhere around September 15th. And then the last thing after that is our new NICU area, which is really a renovation of an existing space in our existing OB that will turn into the 9 NICU rooms, and that'll be done November 15th. But pretty much most of the project will be open as of June, as of next month. Last week, we celebrated National Nurses Week. We honored Amanda Bennett, who is a pediatric ER nurse at our hospital, as Nurse of the Year. This week, we're celebrating National Hospital Week. The American Hospital Association slogan this year is caring for patients and strengthening our communities. So this week, we have a lot of fun things for our staff to really celebrate what they do for this community, ice cream socials and things like that. So I want to commend our staff for their exceptional care and compassion in taking care of the healthcare needs of our families, our friends, our neighbors, and our visitors of our community each and every day. We've got an amazing team of providers and staff, and I'm proud to be a part of that team. Last week, Newsweek published a report on America's best maternity hospitals. Hospitals were rated on a basis of 1 ribbon to 5 ribbons, 5 being the highest. 404 hospitals in the U.S. were rated either a 4-ribbon or a 5-ribbon hospital, and only 168 of those were rated a 5-ribbon hospital by Newsweek. And the only hospital in the state of Tennessee that was rated a 5-ribbon hospital was Williamson Medical Center. So I really am proud of that. Also last week, our EMS team was honored with 2 life-saving awards at the 16th annual Star of Life ceremony hosted by the Children's Emergency Care Alliance. The first honor was the Region 5 Star of Life Award, and the second was the Outstanding Achievement in Maternal and Neonate Emergency Response Award. I want to express my sincere appreciation to our EMS staff for their dedication to the community and commitment to providing the highest level of care to those with emergency health needs. With that, I'll turn it over to Mike for our financial report.
Thank you, Phil. Good evening. We're talking about March. I know we're in May, but we're always a little bit behind. And just to refresh your memory, March was the month that we had spring break. So
that negatively impacted both our volumes and our revenues. So as you can see that we did not quite get to where we needed to be on a budget standpoint. We came up a little bit short. We did have a little bit of assistance with that number on some non-recurring money that came in from TennCare. But at the end of the day, we made $416,000 versus our budget of $434,000. From a collection standpoint, we had a very good collection month. We collected almost $25 million. I know we collected almost $27 million, or almost $26 million the month before that, but that was pretty much a record month for us. We ended up with 164 days cash on hand, excluding our debt or our bonds. It was 96 versus the 90 covenant. And from our debt covenant standpoint, we're required to have a debt coverage ratio of 1.5. We came in at just under 2. That's at 1.97. So while we didn't meet our number, we had a lot of surgeons that took off. Our surgery number is the one that negatively impacted us. So I feel real good about our April numbers. We're getting through that right now. So we'll make up that difference this month.
We have a question from Commissioner Hayes.
Quick question. I was looking at the balance sheet, and I was just curious. It has employee, I guess, deduction payable. It's 75.3%. It's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Fifth one down. I mean, it's a good bit higher from the prior month. I was just kind of curious what that was exactly.
Yeah, it's determined by a number of payrolls. We had 3 payrolls in the month of that. So the month of April or March. So it's just payroll deductions.
Just payroll deductions?
Yeah.
Okay, and then the next question, the income statement, the equipment leases went up dramatically, 151.2%. The equipment lease actual was 49,252 under operating expenses. I was just kind of curious what that was. It was the March statement, sorry.
Yeah, and what that is, that's the GASB, from the GASB standards that we have. It's a different accounting standard. We have to put all that on the balance sheet nowadays. So I can get support for that. I don't have all of that right now, but
It
it's.
just seemed like quite an increase.
Yeah, it does. Let me see if I have something else on that.
Okay. You can
Because
just-
it's not
you can send it to me later.
a significant month-to-month difference, but it does look like it on that standpoint
Yeah.
from a budget. And the reason is, again, we didn't budget for the GASB requirements, and I think it was GASB 87, if I recall. Yeah,
Okay.
the change in that. So we had to have our auditors come in and help us with that. So once they did that, we're
Thank you.
looking at, okay.
Commissioner Matt Williams.
Yeah, Phil and Mike, I just want to commend your staff in the facility. We delivered our child at Williamson Health right at a month ago and got to experience the new recovery rooms that have been renovated as part of the renovation project. And I just want to say the staff was phenomenal. The facility was absolutely, top notch. It was a great experience all around. So just commend your staff for the wonderful work that they're doing over there.
Thank you.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
Hey, Commissioner Williams, I had all my children right in the middle of renovation, so I never got to experience one of the new rooms, but the staff was always great. So I had 3 great deliveries at Williamson Medical Center quite a while ago. I had just one quick question. So I guess you guys have seen the announcement of the TriStar Hospital, I guess, just in the North Murray County area. And then also I just heard this a week ago that Vanderbilt University Medical Center is going to be taking over the AT&T building in Brentwood. What are you guys thinking? I mean, do you see any impact?
I'm going to let you do that one, but we think the same.
The CON law has changed in the state recently, and it used to be based on orderly development of healthcare. And they took out the implication of need and changed it to community benefit, or consumer advantage, I think is the word they use. And so HCA has put in an application to put a new hospital in Spring Hill. Will it impact us? It'll impact us. And part of the reason that I'm concerned about it is not that can we compete, because we have an unbelievable product. And so from that standpoint, we can compete. But you have a really fragile workforce across the country and including this area. And when you add another hospital, where's that workforce going to come from? About
think 25% of our nurses come from Spring Hill. So I'm really worried more about, can hospitals continue to staff if you allow this expansion to happen? And so I worry about, does it impact quality? Does it impact the ability to have a service line available? As far as Vanderbilt moving into Brentwood with the AT&T building, you know, Wright Pinson had given me a call, and he told me that they were focused on outpatient because their Hundred Oaks facility is full, and they want to expand outpatient. Could it be something else someday? It could. Is that going to impact me today as much as a new hospital would? It won't, because it's a different staffing there. So I'm worried about it. I'm worried about the ability to staff. I'm worried about keeping quality service lines in place, especially service lines where you don't have margin. You know, I always tell people that in my career, I've been over hospitals in 26 states, probably covering 200 hospitals in 26 states. This community has an anomaly. I've never seen a community hospital with a pediatric ER. I've never seen a community hospital that maintains a larger pediatric inpatient unit. We have a NICU. We have a lot of things that we don't make money on. You know, we don't make money on the EMS. It's probably one of the best EMS entities in the country. And so I worry about those things. But from the standpoint of, can we compete, I've never seen a better hospital in my career than this hospital that we have in this community. So I'm happy about that, but I'm concerned.
Any other questions for Mr. Mazuka or Mr. Genesee? I see none. Thank you. Thank you. Any other reports of county offices? If not, moving on to elections and appointments. These will be done by voice vote. First one up is the county mayor appointments. Regional Planning Commission, filling an unexpired term expiring 3/25. Resigned is Rhonda Rose. Nomination is David Bailey. I will entertain a motion. Motion came from Guffey, seconded came from Commissioner Williams. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? They're loaded. We've always done it voice vote, but
Totally up to you, Chairman.
All right, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no, and we'll carry on with these with the screen voting. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
21 yes, 2 abstain.
Motion carries. Next, we have county commission appointments. Agriculture Committee, 2-year term expiring 5/26, term expiring Paul Webb, nomination Paul Webb. I have a proper motion from Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Herbert. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this nomination, signify by pressing your yes button. Oh, do you want to comment, David?
I don't have a yes button yet.
Yeah, I don't either. So we're going back to voice. Here we go. If you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Commissioner Landrum, there we go. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
21 yes, 2 abstain.
Resolution passes. Disciplinary Review Board, 2 terms expiring 5/26, 2-year terms expiring 5/26. Terms expiring are Bryson Karazuki, Chris Gray, Chad Euchre, and Ashley Lundquist. Nominations are Bryson Karazuski, Chris Gray, Chad Euchre, and Ashley Lundquist. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Hayes. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of these nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
23 yes, 0 no.
Are we voting on all these as a group or this one?
This is a group, those individually.
Next, we have the Equalization Board, 2-year term expiring 5 of 26. Terms expiring are Gary Darnell, Tim McLaughlin, and David Coleman. Nominations are Kim Penning, Tim McLaughlin, and David Coleman. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of these nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
21 yes, 2 abstain.
Motion passes. Same board, Brentwood representative, 2-year term expiring 5 of 26. The term expiring is John Magyar. The nomination is Jane Campbell. I've got a proper motion made by Commissioner Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this nomination, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
22 yes, 1 abstain.
And the motion carries. Franklin representative, 2-year term expiring 5 of 26. Term expiring is David Bynum. The nomination is David Bynum. The proper motion comes in from Commissioner Megan Guffey and Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this nomination, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. Health Board, 4-year term expiring 4 of 28. Term expiring is Cindy House. Nomination is Cindy House. Proper motion from Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner David O'Neill. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this nomination, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Motion passes. And the last one up is the Hospital Board of Trustees, 3-year term expiring 5 of 27. Terms expiring are Bo Butler, Brown Daniel, and Kathy McGee. Nominations are Bo Butler, Brown Daniel, and Kathy McGee. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith. I didn't see the second before it left my screen. I believe it was Commissioner Herbert. Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of these nominations, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
21 yes, 2 abstain.
Let's do the consent agenda. Next, we have the consent agenda. This this was in your packet. I'll entertain a motion. I have a proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. Any questions or comments on the consent agenda? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of passing the consent agenda, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes, or the consent agenda passes. At this point, I'll entertain does anyone want to take a break? We're going to go into our first resolutions here, but Diane has mentioned to me that there may be some of you who wish to take a break. Okay, I'm seeing a few yeses. I'll go ahead and let's do a 10-minute break, reconvene at 5 to the hour. request would probably come, but I was going to leave it where it was otherwise. I thought that request would probably come, I was going to leave it where it was otherwise. I had a request to move 5. All right, we'll reconvene the May 13th Commissioner meeting. Next item on the agenda is zoning. We have 2 public hearings. Before I go into that, I did get a request while we were on break to move a resolution to the front of appropriations. It'll still have to go behind zoning, but we could move to the front for those who are here to hear it. 52438. Do I hear any objections of moving that resolution to the front of appropriations?
Yes.
1 objection. Are there any others? 2 objections will prevent that move from occurring. That one will stay in the regular item position on the agenda. Moving into zoning and public hearings, again, we have 2 of them. I'll read the resolution heading and then call for anyone in the audience who wants to speak on it to come forward. Much like we did with citizen communication, you'll tell us your name and town of residence. The first public hearing is regarding resolution number 52436, resolution to amend Article 18 of the zoning ordinance regarding signage on athletic fields associated with educational facilities. I'll now open the floor to the public hearing and anyone wishing to speak. Going once. Hearing is closed. We'll now read the resolution to vote on, Resolution 52436, resolution to amend Article 18 of the zoning ordinance regarding signage on athletic fields associated with educational facilities. Proper motion made by Commissioner Clifford, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. The Regional Planning Commission was 8-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Clifford.
Supporters of school athletics have a desire to support schools, and this is a fundraising mechanism for our schools. So this was brought before the Planning Commission as an effort to amend the zoning regulations so that we have more opportunity. And Mike Madison is here for any detailed questions that I cannot answer.
We have a question from Commissioner Hayes.
It's not a hard question. Is that the current banners that are on, like in Hillsborough Elementary, is that the banners that are on the fence?
Yes.
Okay, that's all I want to know. Thanks.
Any other questions or comments? If not, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor signify by pressing their yes button. Any opposed, their no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Next public hearing is on regarding resolution number 52437, resolution to amend Article 11 of the zoning ordinance regarding setbacks for athletic facilities. I'll now open the floor to anyone from the public who wishes to speak on this resolution. Going once. This hearing is closed. We'll now vote on Resolution 52437, again, resolution to amend Article 11 of the zoning ordinance regarding setbacks for athletic facilities. Oh, I'm sorry, I didn't see that. We have a request to speak from Commissioner Richards.
Yeah, just something. Don't you have to get it on the floor?
There's no explanation.
I'll have to get,
And you haven't opened it for discussion.
yeah, I haven't, yeah, sorry.
We don't have a motion.
When I do them twice, I get confused too. No, I was about to look for a motion, and then I was going to ask for questions. It is confusing when you read them twice. All right, so I'm looking for a motion. The screen's not working.
Second.
Had a first from Commissioner Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Lawrence.
Can wait till he just goes to the next screen.
Okay.
Next screen. There you go.
Okay.
Now they can make the motion in second. And it's on.
Okay. Another motion from Clifford and another motion from Hayes, and we'll let the minutes reflect whichever.
Open for discussion.
Now we're open up for discussion. Any questions or comments? I have my first question from Commissioner Richards.
Yeah, just a comment that the resolution incorrectly states the Regional Planning Commission voted 7-4-0 against. In the minutes at the back, it states that the vote was 7-4 and 1 against.
It was 7-4, 1 against. That's a typo. So the Planning Commission on this one was 7-4, 1 against, and that's a typo on the main resolution. Any other questions or comments? I have a question from Commissioner Hayes.
So do we know who voted against it and why? I'm just kind of curious. Oh, sorry, Mike. I have to crawl over people.
That's okay. Good evening, Commissioners. One Planning Commission member did vote against that. So we brought before you in February an amendment that created a private athletic facilities use type. At that point, there was a blanket 200-foot setback from adjoining land uses. Commissioner Sanford suggested that maybe we could relax that when it's adjoining, when the athletic use is adjoining a non-residential use. We thought that made a lot of sense, and so we proposed reducing that. This one particular member felt like that was too far of a reduction, so it was a 7-1 vote.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
We have another question from Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you. What do you gain by changing the setback to 50 feet? What's the benefit?
You know, I think this originated from one particular example where someone was trying to build this athletic facility on a relatively tight site, and these are uses that are really in high demand in the community and provide a great benefit. In this case, they would be able to provide more fields if they could reduce the setback when they were next to an existing non-residential use. In this case, it was an event center, and so it just made sense in that circumstance.
All right, thanks, Michael.
You bet.
Any other questions? If not, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor of this resolution, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. On to appropriations. First resolution is 5242, resolution requesting the Williamson County Board of County Commissioners approval of $5,496,232 for TISA, Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement, funding for the 23-24 school year. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. The school board was 12-4-0 against. Education was 6-4-0 against. Budget committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
These are just funds that have been granted and coming to us from the state of Tennessee, from TISA. I believe that's right. Correct, Jason? Yes, thank you.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 5243, resolution requesting an intent to fund in the amount of $12,881,249 for the Williamson County Board of Education 23-24 Information Technology Security Needs. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. School board was 10-4-0 against. Education committee was 6-4-0 against. Budget committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, these are funds that are adding to their 5-year capital plan to handle IT security needs within the county school system.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
21 yes, 1 no, 1 abstain.
Resolution passes. Resolution 5244, resolution requesting an intent to fund in the amount of $11,405,000 for the Williamson County Board of Education 23-24 major asphalt, roofs, and HVAC needs. Proper motion made by Commissioner Megan Guffey, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. The school board was 10-4, 0 against. Education committee was 4-4, 0 against. Budget committee was 3-4, 1 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Yeah, the school board would like to amend their 5-year capital plan to include these asphalt roofs and HVAC needs that they're finding current.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
17 yes, 4 no, 2 abstain.
Resolution passes. Resolution 524-5, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into a grant contract with the United States Department of Transportation Federal Highway Administration Office of Safety for funding of the development of the SS4A Williamson County Roadway and Multimodal Action Plan and appropriating the 23-24 county general budget by $500,000, revenues to come from existing budget funds and federal grant funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. The Planning Commission was 8-4, 0 against. Highway Commission was 4-4, 0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Clifford.
So the goal of this project is for us to provide some matching funds to get $400,000 from the U.S. Department of Transportation Federal Highway. And it's really about a comprehensive safety action plan. And what it does when we have this plan is opens us up to the opportunity to get millions of more dollars in projects coming through Federal Highway and U.S. Department of Transportation.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. No, your no button. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 524-6, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 Public Safety Emergency Communications budget by $1 million, revenues to come from contributions received from the Emergency Communications District. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. The ECD Board was 7-4, 0 against. Law Enforcement was 4-4, 0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
These are funds from the Emergency Communications District, cell phone charges that you guys pay each month. They've appropriated $1 million, and they want to use that to expand technology, equipment, and some salaries for 911 service.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, press your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Williams. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 524-7, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 public safety budget for qualified volunteer firefighting personnel. Revenues to come from the state of Tennessee and unappropriated county general fund balance. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner O'Neill. Law Enforcement was 4-4, 0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
This allows us to provide some matches to some state grants for education for firefighters, and then also expands that to emergency personnel that aren't firefighters.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, I have a question from Commissioner Sanford.
This is for council. Council, I don't partake in these funds. I never have taken a dollar of this money from the state nor the county. Can I vote on this?
You can vote. You can express an indirect conflict in that it will not affect your vote.
Okay. Thank you.
Do you need to make that statement or just?
Yeah, do you want to make that statement?
Yes. So I'm willing to vote for this, yes, for this, but I do not receive any of this money, and I don't think there's a conflict.
You vote your conscience.
I will vote my conscience, yes.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 524-8, resolution accepting a donation from Friends of Williamson County Animal Center and appropriating and amending the 23-24 Animal Center budget by $1,000, revenues to come from donations. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Lisa Hayes. Public Health Committee was 4-4, 0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
think my microphone. This is a very generous donation of $1,000 to be used for a kennel sponsorship in loving memory of Mercedes Dawson. Thanks to the Friends of our Animal Center.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 524-9, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 animal control budget by $800, revenues to come from donations. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. Public Health Committee was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. The Greater Good Charities have awarded our Animal Center $800 revenues, and this will reimburse expenses for 3 staff members attending Cat Positive March 2024 event. Thank you.
All right. Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52411, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 animal control budget by $900, revenues to come from donations. Proper motion made by Commissioner Herbert, seconded by Commissioner Hayes. Public Health Committee was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This is, again, we have wonderful donations given to our Animal Control Center. Petco Love has awarded a grant in the amount of $900. There's no matching funds required.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52412, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 County Commission tax relief budget by $60,000. Revenues to come from unappropriated county general funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
Increased demand for a couple of our tax relief programs for disabled veterans and the elderly. So needed to budget another $60,000 above what was expected.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52413, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 Election Commission budget by $14,829.77. Revenues to come from county general fund balance. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
These are revenues and expenses related to Fairview City elections.
Any questions? Seeing question from Commissioner Richards.
Just to be clear, we were reimbursed for these expenses from Fairview, correct? Okay. That's it.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, signify by pressing your yes button if you approve, no otherwise. Commissioner Hester? There we go. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52414, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 Sheriff's Office detention budget by $800,000 for medical services, revenues to come from unappropriated county general funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner O'Neill, seconded by Commissioner Morton. Law enforcement was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
As the mayor indicated in some of his comments earlier, we had a few higher than expected medical expenses out at the jail for some of our inmates, and we are required to pay those.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52415, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 Sheriff's Office budget by $1,500, revenues to come from Sexual Offender Registry Reserve. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner O'Neill. Law Enforcement was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
These are fees related to keeping the sexual offender registry up to date. The fees are paid by fines and costs that are paid by the offenders.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52416, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 county clerk's budget by $20,000 for equipment and personnel. Revenues to come from filing fees. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
These are fees that are collected on title registration and are being used for new equipment.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
And the resolution passes. Resolution 52417, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 library budget by $23,681.70. Revenues to come from fines, donations, and contributions. Proper motion made by Commissioner Paul Webb, seconded by Commissioner Judy Herbert. Library Board was 8-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
Mr. Chair, you'll see in the revenue item, this tells where the funds have come from, and then expenditures is typically for more of the curriculum plus other charges at the county library.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52418, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 Parks and Recreation budget by $90,743.83. Revenues to come from donations. Proper motion made by Commissioner David O'Neill, seconded by Commissioner Paul Webb. Parks and Rec Committee was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
You'll see this is donations from the Community Youth Association, the Children's Theater Program, and then the Convention Bureau made the annual contribution for Tennessee's Senior Olympics to be held here in the county. And the expenditures you'll see relate to those, particularly, you'll see here relate to the athletic fields.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52419, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 Parks and Recreation budget by $428,000. Revenues to come from Parks and Recreation fees. Proper motion made by Commissioner Paul Webb, seconded by Commissioner Steve Smith. Parks and Rec Committee was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
These are revenue for primarily instructors, and then you'll see down there are refunds, which we have to recognize the revenue and then show the refunds as an expenditure.
I have a question from Commissioner Sanford.
Mr. Chair, I just had a quick question. You said Parks and Rec was 4-4-0 against. On my sheet, I can't speak for everybody else, it doesn't have a vote for Parks and Rec. So is that something different that you see that we don't see?
I think the count came in late. It may not be on yours, but do we have verification that it was 4-4-0 against from anyone that was on the board? Okay.
Yes. Thank you.
I think there's going to be several of those that you're going to see that are empty on your end, and we got them in at the last minute.
Gotcha.
Will they meet after the agenda goes out?
Yeah. We haven't voted, right? Okay. It's been a long night already. If you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52420, resolution of the Board of Commissioners of Williamson County authorizing the mayor to enter into an interlocal agreement with the Franklin Housing Authority and appropriating funds not to exceed $1 million, revenues to come from the American Rescue Plan Act funds. Proper motion made by Commissioner Paul Webb, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. The Budget Committee was 4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
Mr. Chair, this is one of the first things that ARPA was set out to do was to help in public housing. That we had housing issues during the pandemic. And so the Franklin Housing Authority has requested this grant to use on the Shawnee project. We have representatives from the Franklin Housing Authority here if anyone has any questions.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. If you're opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
22 yes, 1 abstain.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52421, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 Clerk and Master Chancery Court budget by $52,500, revenues to come from reserve account. Proper motion made by Commissioner O'Neill, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Budget Committee was 4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
These are funds for the Clerk and Master's Office for computer software, furniture, and equipment.
Any questions?
Out of their reserves. I can tell you how much they need it. They're short on staff, all of our court offices. We've got several lawyers in here. I promise you they can use it.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Aiello. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52422, resolution appropriating and amending the 23-24 Circuit Court Clerk's budget by $25,000, revenues to come from reserve account. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner O'Neill. Budget Committee was 4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
These are reserve funds being used for network equipment for our circuit court.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. We're now under other. Resolution 524-1, resolution amending the rules, regulations, and procedures of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners concerning the recording and archiving of Williamson County committee meetings. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. Rules Committee was 4-0 against as amended. Explanation, please, Commissioner Richards.
Yes, this was following the example of other counties that surround us and other municipalities to do a trial run. Right now, we decided in the Rules Committee to do a trial run of just recording the Budget Committee meetings to see if we can work out the logistics. I am happy to get county commissioner input on how this can be changed if you see any issues. I will say the mayor's office indicated that there were some dates incorrect in the whereases, which I don't think fundamentally changes the resolution, but I will let you know the June 2023 meeting was really the May 22nd, 2023 meeting, and the January 2024 meeting was really December 20th, 2023.
We have a question or comment from Commissioner Mason.
Yes, I was going to ask if we could move this further down the agenda. I notice on the schedule we have more appropriations, animal control still here, juvenile courts here. If we could roll through those and circle back to this, because this is going to take some time. And I'd like to give it its due diligence.
It's been put on the floor with a motion and a second and asked to.
If you get two objections,
I need the first motion to withdraw the motion.
yeah, it's on the floor.
I would need the person who made the motion and the person who made the second to withdraw their motions, and if they do so, then we can entertain the idea of moving this to later in the agenda.
I withdraw my second.
Withdraw.
Okay? Then without any other objections, we will move this resolution to the end of the agenda. Resolution 524-1, resolution amending the rules, regulations, and procedures. Oh, I'm sorry. Yeah, that was the one I just did. Resolution 524-10, resolution accepting a donation of vet supplies valuing approximately $1,300 from the Friends of Williamson County Animal Center. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Mason. Public Health Committee was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Excuse my coughing. Allergies are terrible this year. Again, we have generous donation to the Friends of the Williamson County Animal Control Center. And this donation is to be used for the Elise beef and collars, the e-collars that go around the neck to keep these animals from tearing at their stitches.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 524-23, resolution amending the 5-year capital improvement program for schools, roads, fire protection, and recreation. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. School Board was 9-4, 1 against. Law Enforcement was 4-4-0 against. Highway Commission was 3-4-0 against. Education Committee was 5-4, 1 against. Parks and Recreation was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
We're required to set forth, we've asked our departments to set forth every year their capital plan. So these move over time. This is not a commitment from our body to fund these. This is just being used for planning purposes. We do this each year.
Any questions? Got a question from Commissioner Hayes.
I see that there was one against on the School Board and Education Committee. On the Education Committee, any comments as to why that person said no?
That was me.
Commissioner Smith.
That was me.
Is it? What are the votes on this?
She can answer through the chair.
Go ahead and answer, please, Commissioner Mary Smith.
Okay. So yes, I understand the need for the 5-year capital plan, but I just had questions with regards to some of the initial capital projects under the school board. I do agree with, I mentioned during the meeting that I do agree with a lot of the expansion that's needed with our high school in my district and also middle school needs. But I felt like the need for an elementary school, given all of the capacity we had in surrounding elementary schools, that just wasn't, it just wasn't a tool that I felt was accurate for what the actual needs are in that district. So that's why I voted no.
I have a question from Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. I just, whenever we approve a capital plan, it's not us really approving it. We're just accepting it, right? But then when we get the resolution, I hear, oh, well, it's been on the capital plan for, 3 years or 5 years or whatever. So I'd just like to make the point that approving this is not approving the individual projects. It's just us saying, we accept your plan. And, and I kind of have a problem with the school's capital plan, which I said earlier at one of their meetings is it's exponentially, like, maybe doubling is not exactly accurate, but it's about double. The 5-year capital plan doubled, even though we have flat enrollment. Because I think what's happening is it's more of a bucket list than a plan. It's just, we're just going to keep taking the projects and moving them out instead of taking them off and just making it like a really accurate plan. In my opinion, Jason might tell me that's completely false, but that's what I gleaned from the school board meeting that I went to. So I guess it's more of a comment than a question, Chairman.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
21 yes, 2 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52424, a resolution to establish a one-year term of the Office of Judicial Commissioners for appointments and reappointments made subsequent to the adoption of this resolution. Proper motion made by Commissioner O'Neill, seconded by Commissioner Tunnicliffe. Law enforcement was 4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Herbert.
The general session judges appoint the judicial commissioners, and it originally started out at 4 years, and there were some problems, so then they decreased it to 2 years. Now they're asking for one, and that, because once they're appointed, that is permanent. You cannot get rid of them. So this kind of helps them manage that department, any issues within that department better.
Any questions? I have a question from Commissioner Hayes.
Commissioner Herbert, what kind of issues have we had? I'm kind of curious. It's a little concerning, but I mean, what?
It's just like any employee.
Yeah.
You can have issues. They're not, you can't get rid of them like a regular employee. So if you had one just say not doing their time correctly, anything, so this monitors it a whole lot better, lets them keep track of things a lot easier. You know, there's issues with bonds set and different things, just like you do with any employees. You have good ones and some need a little work.
Commissioner O'Neill.
If we chose to, could we make it where it just was month to month? I'm not proposing that we do that right now, but in the future, is that something that we could do?
The statutes contemplate a part-time judicial commissioner or an appointed commissioner. So I think you would have some confusion on a month-to-month with the part-time appointment. I'd have to look into that, but the statute only requires that it not exceed 4 years. I don't believe it sets a minimum. The judges, who are the supervisors, these individuals have requested a year. That's why this is drafted that way.
Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52425, resolution of the governing body of Williamson County, Tennessee, supporting an application to participate in the Recreational Trails Program grant and the Local Parks and Recreation Fund grant for the construction of improvements for 3 outdoor parks. Proper motion made by Commissioner Paul Webb, seconded by Commissioner Greg Sanford. Parks and Recreation was 4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb.
As you can see, former Commissioner Lathers has put in applications for these local Parks and Recreation Fund grants that are out there. And she's listed, with the help of our Parks Department, these 3 parks. And I think you might have gotten a memo today that we may defer some of this on Bending Chestnut, but this is our support of going for these grants.
I have a question or comment from Commissioner Clifford.
So I sent everyone a disclosure on this, so I'll be abstaining, but just to be clear, so the Recreation Resources Division at TDEC is a unit that falls within my office, so my staff review these applications, and I approve them. So I will abstain from here, but that's not without saying that I think these are fantastic uses of state dollars for Williamson County and great projects.
Question from Commissioner Hayes.
I noticed there's no reference to a cost, but it says it requires a 20% match on one and 50% on another. Do we have any idea, or is it just kind of in the future we'll know more?
Mr. Chair, from what I understand, if these grants are granted, there are options such as cash as well as using existing land to be the match. Gordon may have some more details on that, if anyone has a question.
Yes, Commissioner, that's a good question. So the way these grants are designed, we got really innovative. Former Commissioner Lathers has done a great job of putting these together. When we realized that we would be able to, one of them is a 20% match, the other is a 50% match. We're looking at both of those and trying to establish the the property that we have. We're getting a current appraisal right now, and we feel like we can meet the matches with the value of the land. And if we're able to do that, the cost to the county commission will be very minimal, if any at all.
What is the reason for the delay of vending testing?
We think we have a better grant opportunity, and if you burn that opportunity on this particular grant, it will conflict in the awarding of one in the future that might be more substantial.
Okay, thank you.
You're welcome.
Any other questions or comments? I see none. If you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
22 yes, 1 abstain.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52426, resolution authorizing the county mayor to execute a contract between the State of Tennessee Department of Transportation and Williamson County for a trash collecting grant for fiscal year 24-25. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner Torres. Law enforcement was 4-4-0 against. Budget committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
Caption says it pretty well, allowing the mayor to apply for a trash collecting grant.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Lawrence. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52427, resolution amending the rules, regulations, and procedures of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners to establish a legislative standing committee to review, study, recommend, and monitor state legislation related to local governments. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Jeff Graves. Rules Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Smith.
Yes, thank you. This is the same resolution I brought, I think it was November of last year, and I wanted to bring it forth again since the steering committee will, we're going to be pretty busy this summer, and the steering committee will meet again in August, September for the new committee. So this committee, again, after we just went through this last general session, I want to thank Commissioner Webb for informing us about the CTAS meetings and I was able to attend most of those with regards to the legislation that's going through the county. But the reason for wanting to have this legislative standing committee is I think it creates a portal of communication between our community, between our legislators, and between our commission to what state laws we might be interested in supporting, also recommending some state laws that we would like to see them carry, and also giving the state delegation a chance to let us know what they would like our support on. So I think the vision is to have more activity during the general session as we go into it, and I think we've seen a couple examples. Just tonight, we have a resolution sponsored by Commissioner Webb and Commissioner Torres and a few other commissioners to have the state look at the TISA funding, and I think there's been other instances this last general session where I know commissioners have been wanting to garner support for bills, whether it was land use or whether it was for school funding. But I think this is a really great opportunity for us to formalize that communication and that deliberation within the county legislative body as it moves up to the state legislative body.
Commissioner Mason, same recommendation.
Yes, I would make the same recommendation. Again, I want to give this one its due diligence, and this one involves discussion among the commissioners, and there's still plenty of people in the audience waiting on separate resolutions. I would just ask that it be moved to the back.
I would need Commissioner Lisa Hayes and Commissioner who seconded Jeff Graves to remove their motions.
Withdraw.
You can object after, if they do that first, and then I'll ask for any objections. Do I first have a removal of the motion from Lisa Hayes?
Withdrawn.
Do I have a seconded removed by Commissioner Jeff Graves?
Yes, withdrawn.
Do I have any objections to putting this resolution towards the back of the agenda? Two objections.
Stays there.
With two objections, the resolution stays here. Next question I have or comment comes from. Oh, yeah, the motions have to be renewed, so I now need a first and a second. Motion from Lisa Hayes, seconded by Jeff Graves. And my next question on the board is from Brian Clifford. Oh, I'm sorry, Sean Iola.
That's Brian.
You guys pick.
So I appreciate the desire to be kind of more in tune with state legislation. I think that's super important. I struggle to see the problem that we're trying to fix. I think there were several comments about ways that we were already doing it, and I think there's ample opportunity for all commissioners to do this now. I consider myself a pretty strong conservative, and a cornerstone of that is small government. And of course, this body is the legislative body of government, and adding committees and more bureaucracy and structure is akin to adding departments in the executive branch. And what's framed as an opportunity sometimes in government becomes mandatory, and I would not want to see us in a position where we don't have the flexibility we have now to discuss state legislation by any commissioner in any one of the committees, or have some mandatory requirements placed on this legislative body to do that. So I'm going to be a no vote on this, but I definitely look forward to continuing to participate in reviewing state legislation, bringing it to the appropriate committees that it impacts, because I think it's super important. But I think the opportunity is already here.
Commissioner Webb.
Sean's not before me.
No, he's coming.
Okay, that's fine. I'm also not in favor of this because we already have an organization, the Tennessee County Commissioners Association, that reviews the legislation. Many of you did come up to the Legislative Affairs Committee in Lebanon earlier this year and went through the process that the staff at TCCA and TCSA, the Tennessee County Service Administration, had worked on. They reviewed over 3,000 bills, Mr. Chair. I don't think we as individuals have the time to review 3,000 bills and see if they relate to the county, and then listen to the committee hearings and visit the legislatures, et cetera. We already have that. We are members. We can attend their meetings, as some of you have, and I think that's the best way to go. And here's the other thing that I keep preaching, if you will, Mr. Chair. A lot of the legislation in the state of Tennessee is controlled by the rural delegation to the state Senate and the state House. And by going to the TCCA meetings, we interact with other county commissioners. We find out what they're thinking, and we let them know that we have problems and issues here in Williamson County, and we ought to be able to work together. And we can work together with those other county commissioners as a force to go to their state representatives. And I think that is the best course of action. I encourage you to join me with those, to go to those meetings. And here's the other part. Some of you, I think, are very aware of this. The legislature, when they're in session and when they're in summer session, their meetings are many times televised on public TV. They're on the internet. You can also go and find any bill that's currently active, and you can go through the legislative website and see who the sponsors are. If you want to find out what Senator Johnson is sponsoring, look, it's going to show you. But it's a lot of work to keep up with that, and our delegation at the TCCA does a great job. And I think that this is, as Commissioner Clifford said, kind of muddies the water a little bit and can kind of create dissension. And, you know, we have enough dissension in this country right now. So I urge you to vote no on this, but to attend the Tennessee County Commissioners Association meetings with me, and you get that information all the time. And during the session, you know, you also get those weekly updates. So I encourage you to be involved with the TCCA, and I'm voting no against this one because I think this could create problems. Thank you.
Now, Commissioner Aiello.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. It seems to me that really the role of committees for this legislative body is to review resolutions and present them to the board as a whole to then ultimately vote on. As proposed, it appears that this committee would be really more of a think tank or a forum for discussion generally on legislation without that same kind of generalized focus on either reviewing specific resolutions or, like we have now, if there's a resolution pertaining to a state matter, it might go through a specific committee for that subject matter area. I mean, I would be in favor of public forums to discuss legislation to allow an opportunity for open discussion both between this body and the community as a whole to have that discussion. But my concern is if we create this as a standalone committee without strict guidance, either it's going to be an overly burdensome committee that doesn't really have a goal, or one that might cannibalize other committees that can already service these more specialized areas. So unfortunately, I will be voting against this, but I do think forum and open discussion and allowing those opportunities for the commission would be good for everybody.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I joined Commissioner Webb in encouraging everyone to go to the TCCA meetings. I did do that this year, and I did find it very helpful. It is a good exercise to meet with other commissioners from other counties, and there are a lot of commonalities that you find when you talk to other commissioners that we deal with, but we do have our own unique issues here in Williamson County. And a lot of the things that they address sometimes don't have a lot to do with Williamson County and our specific issues. So, and they do have a very broad agenda, and so they are targeting all the legislators with their blanket recommendations. And I'm not sure, honestly, exactly how much our legislators pay attention to that. In talking with them, I couldn't find that they were really paying a lot of close attention to that. So, and while we individually, I know we talk to our legislative representatives on a regular basis. I think all of us probably do that. We never really have meetings where we sit down with them as a local delegation, and where we can interact with them as a commission. Perhaps that could be done under a public format, which, you know, there are opportunities where they come in to do town hall type formats, but not really in the format I think that Commissioner Smith is outlining here, in that we might have specific issues for Williamson County that we want them to address, and sit down with them and talk to them, and then craft a piece of a resolution that we would send to them to basically outline what we want them to do. So, yeah, I find this could be a very helpful committee to form and actually have invite the legislators in for meetings. And of course, these meetings would be open to all of us if we came to these meetings. So I will be in favor of this resolution tonight.
Commissioner Hayes.
I want to agree with Commissioner Lawrence's comments. I think there's definite benefit from it. I do like what Commissioner Aiello was saying, which is a public forum for discussion. Either way, I think we need discussion. And I think we need to have visibility with our legislators to look at our needs and not just the broader needs. And I love TCCA. I enjoyed it, but it is really broad. And what Commissioner Smith is trying to present is something that narrows down the needs of Williamson. Because I think we've talked about, we don't always get the education dollars because they assume, Williamson doesn't need it. So we really need to advocate for ourselves. And I do have a question, maybe this is directed at Jeff. Do we ever know what the activities are, or maybe it's the mayor, I don't know, of our lobbyists? Because I honestly don't know what our lobbyist is doing on our behalf in Williamson, and I think that would be helpful to know. So I don't know what forum that would make sense.
I think the lobbyist communicates with the mayor on bills that he thinks might affect Williamson County, and takes direction from him on either gathering information on how we may want him to vote, at least as the mayor's office. But the communication, I think, is largely with the executive branch.
Okay, so there's never been any history of working with the commission?
No.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Guffey.
I promise I'll be brief. I just wanted to point out again that Williamson Inc. hosts a monthly public forum policy talks where our state senators and representatives all attend, and the public is invited, as well as all of the representatives here. Thank you.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
To Commissioner Aiello's concerns, I think the spirit of this is not to take away from any existing committee, but I do think that there are opportunities, and in speaking to Representative McCalman and Representative Warner and also to Representative Bulso, they all thought that this was a good idea, and they are considering themselves conservatives, that they thought it was a good idea to actually have that communication channel with our local legislative body regarding those bills that are very specific to some of the needs we have in this county. But I would fully suspect that this would be just like budget, things go through multiple committees now, that this would be the same course of action. Depending on what it is that we are discussing. But I do agree, there's always, we can do public forums and we can speak to our constituents about certain bills. But there are a lot that goes through CTAS, and that was not intended that we go through all the bills that are going there. I think it was very specific to ones that we have concerns about, and also be able to present to those representatives some of the ideas that we might have specific to the needs of Williamson County. And also to the lobbyists, it would be good to have the lobbyists come and actually present what the executive branch is also pushing for in the general session. So to me, it's more openness, it's more transparency, and it also gives the public a chance to come in and engage with us on legislative matters. So, just want to put that out there.
Commissioner Sturgeon.
Thank you, Chairman. Yeah, I just, I really think it's important that the county commission be informed by the lobbyist. It would help us become more aware of what legislation is important. And I did do the CTAS events, and it was great talking to commissioners from other counties, for sure. But I totally agree that it was way too broad and way too many bills that really didn't affect us. So I'm not sure it was always, it doesn't really achieve that goal of making us more aware of the legislation that's going to affect our county. And we seriously need to increase our relationship with our delegates. I mean, just sitting through the budget process and watching unfunded mandates from the state roll down to us, and money taken out of TISA just because we're Williamson County and they think we can raise our taxes. From what I've understood from budget, we're paying 71% of the cost to educate our children. That's an incredibly high number. And it's been a straight line. It just keeps increasing over the years. Didn't used to be 71%. And I don't know how to stop it, but I think developing a stronger relationship with our legislators would be a really good idea. So that's what I'd like to say. Thanks.
Commissioner Mason.
I think the spirit of this resolution is really, it's really good in a sense, and I'll say this. When I was chair of the tax committee, we had an issue come up, if you guys remember, about our downtown property owners and the amount of tax they were having to pay. And it was a very labor-intensive process, and meeting with legislators and having a town hall meeting and calling committee meetings, but we were able to do that through the committee meeting process. What concerns me about this body being developed is that our responsibility as county commissioners, we are the funding body. And so we would have to tailor this to where it's legislation that only deals with funding, because it'd be a slippery slope to get into, well, now as county commissioners, we're going to talk about certain legislation that has to do with school materials, or certain legislation that has to do with handicap bathrooms, or whatever it may be. But we are a funding body. And so that would be my concern, is that this organization or this committee, which again, I understand exactly what Commissioner Smith is trying to do, and as somebody who lived through that experience, it's difficult, but I see this just as a slippery slope, that all of a sudden we're meeting with legislators to talk about legislation that doesn't necessarily deal with funding. We are the funding body of the county, and that's what we need to focus on. So for that reason, I would be opposed to the resolution, but again, I understand exactly the spirit behind it.
Commissioner Sanford.
I think Commissioner Mason just took my words out of my mouth, so that's all I have to say.
Who we have here? Commissioner Herbert.
This is a little off the subject, but my comment is it's one more committee. We have enough problems getting commissioners to come to meetings. How many times are meetings canceled because we can't get a quorum? Why do we need one more meeting?
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
9 yes, 14 no.
Resolution fails. Resolution 52428, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Juvenile Court Judge and Williamson County Mayor to amend grant contract documents with the State of Tennessee Department of Children's Services. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner Mary Smith. Law Enforcement was 4-4-0 against. Budget Committee was 4-4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
This just allows the mayor to sign the contract for the DCS grant that juvenile court gets every year.
Any questions? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52429, resolution to overrule the denial of the City of Franklin Planning Department's action regarding the city sign ordinance. Proper motion made by Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner David O'Neill. The Property Committee was 4 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Webb. Commissioner Webb.
All right.
There's also a typo on the now, therefore, be it resolved. Date should be today's date, right? Yeah, that should be the 13th.
13th day of May. All right, so we got that. You know, we heard earlier tonight on the Planning Commission where they talked about signs and setbacks, and so we have a history of the county of sometimes overruling the cities, whether it's Brentwood or Franklin. If you look at the schools in Brentwood and Franklin, they have the sports signs around the ball fields, and I know Lipscomb Elementary has a larger sign than is allowed by Brentwood codes because it's a county school. So this is not something new and unique to ask for a variance. If you've been to the Ag Expo Center, you know we passed that variance a while back, allowing for the monument sign in front of the Ag Center. The hospital is simply asking that their new logo be placed on the property as it was presented, and it should be in here, as you will see, it's part of the package, a very tasteful design. And that technically does not fit with the City of Franklin's planning department for what they see as signs. So as far as I know, there's not been any significant pushback from the City of Franklin other than it doesn't fit with their definition of a proper sign. So I urge you to vote for approval.
Question from Commissioner Clifford.
Thank you, Chairman. I have a question and then potentially a comment. So my first question, and this may be for our Williamson Health folks, the sign on there now includes the Monroe Children's Hospital sign. Is that right? And that's already on the side of the building. This request is asking specifically to add the Williamson Health logo on the side of the building. Okay. So my comment would be, I attended the Property Committee meeting, and I think there was a misunderstanding about what perhaps this resolution was asking, because there was a lot of comments about the awkwardness of the Children's Monroe logo and that it looked weird on there in the spacing. This is my recollection. Other commissioners can voice their input, but it was a discussion about two logos going up at the same time when I think it was just the one for Williamson Health.
Commissioner Mary Smith.
So my question is that if we do this for Williamson Health, if, you know, any other healthcare company, let's say it's Vanderbilt University Medical Center, they ask for the same sort of writing for the city of Brentwood, it doesn't match their codes, would we also grant that variance to be the city of Brentwood? So I know that we've done it in the past for county buildings, but Williamson Health, is it a county building?
The county owns the property in the building, correct?
Okay, so it's so we're doing this under the guidance of it being a county building that we're going to allow this variance. Okay.
Commissioner Sanford.
So, just so I'm clear, two things. Property Committee voted against this, is that correct? All four of them? Okay. And then, for the hospital, is Monroe going to stay up there? It is, okay. Thank you.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Commissioner Landrum, record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
18 yes, 5 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52430, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute a license agreement with the Williamson County Hospital District doing business as Williamson Health for storage of disaster recovery equipment. Proper motion comes from Commissioner Steve Smith, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. The Property Committee was 1 for, 3 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Stresser.
This is a proposed license agreement for the mayor to enter with Williamson Health. This is for off-site storage for critical information. The license agreement is included on here, and the annual fee is $200 a year.
Question from Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, so this came up in the property committee with regards to just a disaster recovery plan. And, you know, as most of you know, I have an IT background, so I just kind of wanted to check in with some of my folks who do disaster recovery planning to understand the cost that we're charging to Williamson Health. And the feedback I got from the two sources is that in one case, and this is a company that does medical data analytics, they pay $3,700 a month for their disaster recovery storage. And then another individual that I reached out to, when I talked to him about this current contract, he basically told me that 17 years ago, for 2 racks of space, which I believe this one is 4 racks of space in our EOC, that they were paying $8,000 a month. Because when you look at disaster recovery, which I don't know how many of you know about disaster recovery, you're not just leasing just the floor space, you're leasing the infrastructure, there's the networking, there's a lot of things that go into this. And there were several other concerns he mentioned also. One was the location, that typically in a disaster recovery plan, the location of your disaster recovery site in conjunction to your location that you're supporting is usually a much greater distance than 5.8 miles. So there was concern about that, and also additional concerns about our Williamson Health utilizing the data center that also has all of our emergency operations in there, if there was a disaster, if there was competition for getting network up, getting the network up, and just actually going through the recovery exercises, if there would not be some competition between the health side of it coming online and our emergency operations. So I would like to make a motion to defer this contract if possible, just to get more information about what exactly it is we're leasing and who's supporting the infrastructure and the networking and the internet and everything that goes into a disaster recovery plan, and also review just the cost, because $200 a month, I mean.
That's a year.
$200 a year, thank you. $200 a year, I mean, it feels like a subsidy. It feels like we're subsidizing operational costs for the hospital through the county taxpayers. And I believe when we met, Phil, that you said 35% of the market is using Williamson Health, but 100% of the taxpayers are going to be paying for the difference for the disaster recovery plan. So I would like to make a motion to defer this and just to get more information about all the specifics of this disaster recovery plan.
You need to defer to a specific time. There is no motion to defer without a specific time.
Okay. Motion to defer till June? I'll make a motion to defer till June.
We have a motion to defer until June.
Second.
Second by Commissioner Richards. Vote on the deferral, or?
Yep, vote on the deferral.
Is the deferral loaded?
No, it's not.
And we also have other questions. The questions, so there's people on the board for questions, but the questions need to be related to the motion to defer. So Commissioner Richards, do you have a question or comment on the deferral? Commissioner Clifford, do you have a question or comment on the deferral?
I think it's still related. So it's a question for Williamson Health. What is it that we're licensing? Is it just floor space for stuff that you bring in and manage? What does Williamson Health do, and what is expected of the county? And maybe that will help us understand what information we still need to get.
Not an
If any.
IT person, but I talked to our IT guy today. So we're leasing space. We have a data line from AT&T that's just our data line. So there doesn't it's not a data line that we share with anybody else. It's just our data line. So we're leasing space. And the reason that we moved there 6 years ago is because we were told of the tornado, earthquake, it's the safest building in the market for that. And that's why maybe it's closer than what you would normally think. But we're just leasing space.
Okay, so like floor space, the servers or any of the
Four
technology
racks.
needs are all
Four
Williamson
racks.
Health?
Yep.
Okay, so when you say a rack, is that like literally a shelf?
So I think a rack where the equipment slides into.
Okay, is that
And-
Williamson
and
Health's
the data line is
equipment?
our own data line that we have from AT&T.
Okay, is it Williamson Health's equipment that slides in those
Yes,
racks? Okay,
Yes.
okay.
Commissioner Morton, a question or comment on the deferral?
Yes. We have 2 meetings in June. Is a proposal to the regular meeting in June or to the special one on the 20th? Just which date in June? We have 2 meetings.
All right, so the motion has been altered to a specific date in June, being that of June 10th. Does the individual who seconded agree with that? Okay, we'll go on back with questions. The next one up would be Commissioner Mason.
Yes, I just noticed in the resolution, it says that the current lease agreement expires on May 31st of 2024. If we bump this to June 10th, we're going to be past the expiration. What do we do to fill that gap, or how do we fill that gap? Because at that point, then you're entering, your contract has expired, and we're going to learn a lot about contracts here in a little bit. So I just don't know if that's going to pose a major issue, or if we can actually defer it if it's going to lapse at the end of May.
It would technically expire by its terms.
Would we then enter into a automatic month-to-month? I mean, how's the contract written? Do we know off the top of our head?
I don't know off the top of my head. I do not believe it has a holdover provision, but I'd have to check that.
Okay, so that could potentially be an issue by waiting until June if we don't have a holdover provision.
Correct.
Thank you. That was my question.
Commissioner Tunnicliffe on the deferral?
Yes, sir, just to address this, based on a couple of years in IT, it's, just so you know, Brian, it is a 42U rack. You screw equipment into it. They're not really shelves. I know from reading this and speaking to the county that it is nothing to do with the county's equipment except for power and backup power.
Commissioner Williams on the deferral?
Yes, I think either Mike or Phil, whichever would be best, but, I know we have a couple commissioners that look at this as like a business relationship, but this is the county and the county-owned hospital. Can you just remind everybody, in a rough estimate, but how much does Williamson Health subsidize the taxpayers within the aggregate of all the services that we do back to the community via EMS, trainers at the school systems? Is there a rough top-line number you can just?
$11 million.
$11 million. Williamson Health subsidizes our community by free services that you provide?
By EMS, trainers, the county health department, forensics, there's a few other things, but it's about $11 million.
So we're scrutinizing a few $1,000s that we might be able to get over a lease? That's all.
Any other questions or comments on the deferral? Seeing none, has the deferral been loaded?
No, I got roll call, whatever.
So we'll do a voice vote?
Whatever you
All right, we'll be doing this by voice vote. If you're in favor of deferring this resolution to June 10th, signify by saying aye. Aye. If you oppose, signify by saying no. No.
Can we do a call? Can we do
If
a
it's
roll
in your
call?
opinion that the
Can I do
names have
roll?
it, you rule that way, and if somebody wants to call for a show of hands, do it that way.
We'll do a count with the use of Jeff Whidbey on the yes votes. If instead of saying yes, you will raise your hand if you're in favor of the deferral to June 10th. Please raise your hand to signify that you're in favor of that deferral. And keep them up until Jeff Whidbey has a chance to count them all.
Looks like 7. Motion fails.
Okay. Yes, ma'am, I'm good. I have 7 yes, so it'll be 16 no.
Motion fails. Back to the resolution on the floor. Any questions or comments on the regular resolution? Commissioner Richards.
My wife works in IT, and this is just more of a comment than anything else. In checking with legal this afternoon via email, it does not seem whether or not they've had a SOC audit done on that facility, which is required if there's HIPAA data stored there, which I'm assuming there will be. And I feel like that needs to be disclosed to the hospital should there be any kind of breach, which we've had quite a few in the news lately. I don't know how that affects the liability of the county, but it sounds like it's all on the hospital. That's just a comment.
Any other questions or comments? Commissioner Clifford.
Sorry.
No comment, okay. Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, we're back to voting on the resolution as it stands. If you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
18 yes, 5 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52431, resolution setting the Williamson County Hotel Motel tax rate for the 24-25 fiscal year. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morton, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Budget Committee was 4-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
We are required every year under the Private Act to authorize the hotel motel tax at 4% is as high as we can go, and that's what we are requesting.
Any questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, if you're in favor, signify by pressing your yes button. Any opposed, your no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whidbey.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52435, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to execute a lease agreement with the American National Red Cross for office space in the County Community Services Building. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Megan Guffey. Property Committee was 4-4, 0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Stresser.
The lease agreement is attached to this. It would start on July 1st, 2024. Could be extended for 4 additional terms of 1 year each. $1,500 a month in rent, $18,000 a year.
Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I was at the Property Committee meeting. We asked Kevin Benson a series of questions about this, and these leases come up, and we'll get more of these soon, and these are leases that we do for nonprofits in the county, and I do have some conflict about this. Not that I have anything against the Red Cross. I mean, who doesn't support the Red Cross? But the principle is that we're giving these nonprofits the space in the building, and there are a lot of very good nonprofits in the county that we aren't helping, and so it looks like we're favoring some over one nonprofit over another. So I do have some ambivalence about that. But what Kevin was not able to come up with by tonight's meeting was what are our costs to maintain this building, to provide insurance, the utilities, et cetera, on the building per square foot. And one of the things that we asked him was when this lease actual started, which he was not able to answer. And he did not think, though, that the lease had been increased since the lease first started. So I plan to support this tonight because it's only a 1-year lease, but Kevin will be sending us some information on what the actual square footage cost of this building is. And my point is that I think we should at least break even on these leases if we're going to offer it to these nonprofits. And that's Because otherwise, the taxpayers are essentially subsidizing the Red Cross. And again, I mean, I don't know anybody who's against the Red Cross, but there might be some people who say, well, I don't really want my tax dollars going to the Red Cross in this manner. So that's going to be coming soon, and as these leases come up for renewal, I think we should look at, are we at least covering our costs when we do these?
Is this a one-year lease or a five-year lease?
It's 1 year with renewal options.
Yeah. Okay.
But the renewals don't come back here.
The renewals don't come back here?
No, sir.
They're automatic?
Yes.
So in effect, it's a five-year lease? Question from Commissioner Smith, Mary Smith.
Yeah, and I appreciate Commissioner Lawrence bringing up the discussion. It was a really good discussion. I think one of the other things the questions that I had was how often we actually review the lease amounts. Like, I did ask Kevin Benson the last time we've actually increased any of the leases on some of these nonprofits, and he wasn't really able to give me an answer for that. So I know I think he said 17 years that they've been leasing the property. And so I do think that it's important to do some sort of review process with regards to who we're providing these leases to. And I know it's a pain to move once you're established. I mean, I wouldn't expect people to get up and move, but I do think we need to at least make sure that our costs are being covered, the operational costs of these buildings, and just get a greater understanding if we do need to review the amount that we're requesting for these leases so that the taxpayers are not flipping the bill.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if you're ready to vote, all those in favor signify by pressing their yes button. Any opposed, their no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
23 yes, 0 no.
Resolution passes. Resolution 52438, resolution authorizing the Williamson County Mayor to enter into a service agreement with Williamson County, Inc., doing business as Williamson County Chamber of Commerce and Economic Development for continued operation of the Williamson County Office of Economic Development. Proper motion made by Commissioner Morgan, seconded by Commissioner Guffey. Budget Committee was 4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Morton.
If you're not aware what this is about, then I'm not sure what you've been doing for the last several months, and certainly tonight. Yes, this is asking authorization for the mayor to enter into an agreement with Williamson, Inc.
First question comes in from Commissioner Lawrence.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Commissioner Aiello brought up the state resolution. I don't remember the number now, but he did make the statement that we can get money from other municipalities to contribute to the chamber. So I was just wondering, maybe Matt or the mayor or Phoebe could tell us, are you getting money from any of the other municipalities in Williamson County to help you fund the Department of Economic Development?
Happy to answer that question. This is Nathan Zipper. He's our Chief Economic Development Officer. Also did the fundraising for the last campaign. So you may want to talk about that.
Yeah, so City of Franklin supports economic development efforts. I don't remember the exact total offhand. I think it's just maybe shy of $40,000 a year. Nolensville has historically supported to the tune of maybe 10. Fairview doesn't. Thompson Station doesn't. Spring Hill does, and I think they do 10 a year. And Brentwood does at 10 a year as well.
Okay, so is the process you simply go to them and ask them for a donation? Is that how it works, or do they?
Yeah, I wish Kel McDowell was here, because he certainly helps kind of make those asks for us. But we ask to be a part of their budget, essentially. And
Okay.
so they go through their respective process. Like the City of Franklin, they have their budget process, and so we submit a request for support, and we lay out all the, we think are the benefits of them partnering with us, and then they send it to BOMA and make a decision on that.
Okay, so how much in addition to the $400,000 that we're giving you are you getting from the municipalities total?
Yeah, I mean, I'm kind of spitballing, but call it 60.
Okay.
I guess. I don't have my math in front of me, but around 60, I'd say, from other municipalities.
Okay, thank you.
Yes, sir.
Commissioner Graves.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. A couple of comments. One, I think there were several good asks from this contract for information for us to see that as part of the contract that should be provided, that if we're going to have a contract with it stated in there, then I think it needs to be done. The second comment that I have, and counsel, you can correct me if I'm wrong, I'm not an attorney, but as you're reading this, if you look at Article 10, which is the term, in this agreement, it says the term shall extend from July 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2025. And then the agreement can be extended for additional terms of 1 year at the discretion of the county mayor, and it has to be approved by the county attorney and the Department of Finance. And then my understanding is when we approve the money in the budget, that is our extension of the contract. If you go back to the June 2018 contract, the last contract is when it came before the board, Article 10 is the exact same in that contract. It doesn't stipulate that there is a number of times that 1 year can be extended. So potentially, we never had an expired contract when we approved the budget last year for Williamson, Inc. However, I do not like the wording of that on the term. I would much rather us see a specific time period of 3 years or 5 years as they go and do their planning, and then it comes back to us instead of it just being an extension of 1 year as we approve the budget. I think, as Commissioner Hayes pointed out, potentially need some more clarification in what the report should include that we see, just be a little bit more specific on our part. So because of all that, I'm going to make a motion to defer this to our regularly scheduled meeting in June so that we can get some of that information, potentially make some adjustments to the contract, and go from there in that June 10th, our regularly scheduled meeting, June 10th. So that is my motion.
We have a motion to defer this resolution to June 10th. Do I hear a second?
Second.
Second by Commissioner Sanford. Any questions or comments on the deferment? Next on the board was going to be Commissioner Sanford. Do you have a question or comment on the deferment?
Well, I was going to make the motion to defer.
Sorry, Greg.
No worries.
Okay, Commissioner Richards, question or comment on the deferment? Sturgeon, Commissioner Sturgeon, question or comment on
I
the?
just have a comment. I think it's really important that we defer since we haven't been getting any reports that are required by the contract. So, yeah, definitely defer.
Commissioner Iola on the deferment?
Yes, this might be a question for Phoebe. Yeah. Have we, under the approval of funding that we've done so far, have we paid out $300,000, or where are we at on what we've paid towards what we've approved for this?
Yes, we have currently paid $300,000 for the first 3 quarters.
So historically, when would the next $100,000, when would that request come in to your office?
So that goes through May, so we would not pay that out, or actually goes through June, is the end of that quarter. We would not pay that out until the 1st of July.
Okay, so there wouldn't be any payouts if this was deferred until
Correct.
June? Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Stresser on the deferment?
I have a question. I know we had at least one commissioner, if not two, that requested an audit, which I understand is a stipulation that's in the contract that can be requested. How would that be handled at this point? Will there be an independent financial audit during this interim period?
That's not on the deferral.
Okay.
Back to Commissioner Sanford again on the deferment. Any other questions or comments on the deferment? Seeing none, is the deferment loaded, or do we have to do this one by voice again?
I don't think they have it.
All right.
I can do roll call or whatever.
Let's do roll call again. So by a show of hands, if you're in favor of deferring this resolution to June 10th, please raise your hand and keep your hands up so that Jeff Whitby can count.
Okay, so just so I can make this a little bit easier, Commissioner Smith and Guffey are the only two that I'm seeing that are no, correct? So 21 yes and 2 no.
The deferment passes. That resolution will be deferred to our regular scheduled meeting June 10th. Resolution, late filed resolution 52439, resolution objecting to the implementation and calculation of the Williamson County portion of state education funding through the Tennessee Investment in Student Achievement, also known as TISA Act. Proper motion. We need to load the screen for motions. He's still got the one
Go to 39, Adrian. Next.
It doesn't let me do that.
It's asking for a vote on 38. Let me defer.
Because he just voted. Got to back out of voting and go to next. Okay, next, we're going to 39. You gotta take the voting out.
Back.
Now go to,
Can you click that right there? Okay, on the drop down, can you click 39? See where the drop down is in the agenda?
thank you.
Okay, I got a proper motion from Commissioner Sturgeon, seconded by Commissioner Torres. Did any committees meet on this one? Budget Committee was 4-0 against. Explanation, please, Commissioner Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. This resolution is really, I'd like to thank Commissioner Webb for educating me and the other members of the Budget Committee, and really comes from just a lot of his work that he's done. I think when you look at the current funding model with TISA, what we see is that our contributions at about 71%, and other counties are at anywhere from 11 to 30% on the low end, and then is 50%. So I think we don't know what the right number is, but 71 I know isn't the right number. And so this resolution is intended to urge our state delegation to relook at the funding, especially since there's potentially money that was passed in the budget for school choice that didn't pass. So they should have some additional funding opportunities for us. And it's really to try to help address the gap. I think right now we're 11 to 13 million. I'm using, the number keeps moving, but, and then I would actually invite Mr. Golden to maybe address something that he brought up at the committee when this resolution came up, around something that was maybe in the old formula that could be something that we think about adding to any communications with our delegation.
Thank you, Commissioner. The question that you asked about was related to an element that was in the old BEP formula that we understand was included in TISA but has not been funded, and that's the CDF, the cost differential factor, which generally speaking was used to mitigate some of the impacts of the fiscal capacity indicator for communities that had a higher cost of living.
Question or comment from Commissioner Webb?
Thank you, Mr. Chair. Yeah, I am pretty passionate about this. I'm a charitable guy, and we are well blessed in Williamson County. I mean, I'm well blessed, and I think most of us in this room are as well. But I think our charity goes to a limit. When we've got school districts, and let me apologize for the chair, some have heard this speech 2 or 3 times, but we have school districts that value their children so little as to only fund local education dollars by 11% of total dollars spent on education. Think about that. And then they complain because there's no business coming to their county. At the same time, we're paying now, the latest thing, now these numbers are from the Tennessee Department of Education. They're not my numbers. They're from the Tennessee Department of Education. 71% local dollars. So that allows some of these other counties, and maybe you're doing 30%, they can spend that money on building a jail, for instance, or fixing the roads, are paying teachers more. But we're paying 71% of a public service that is supposed to be funded by the state of Tennessee. I think it's gone too far. I think that our delegation needs to be aware that we're sick and tired of being stepped upon and that we need to pull that back. I'm not saying go all the way back, but you think about 10% of our budget, 10%, $50 million of our school budget. We could do a lot with that every year. And so we have not done enough on our part to tell the legislators that they've gone too far, and the Department of Education, and the governor's office. And again, I keep saying to my other commissioners around the state, we in Middle Tennessee are the economic engine of the state. The reason you guys are doing so well in Campbell County and Hawkins County is because we're helping you with the sales tax and our F&E taxes and all the other taxes that are collected here in Williamson County, and then flowing out. Well, there's a limit to that, and I've reached that limit, Mr. Chair. And so I don't have a number either, as Commissioner Torres says, but, you know, 60% is outrageous, but it's a start. And we ought to do more with our delegation to get this number to a reasonable number. And 71%, Mr. Chair, of local funding for public education, with we've got, what, 4 of the top public high schools in the state and in the country? Think about that. We've got public high schools that are competing with private schools and institutions around the country, and we're paying for it, but we should get our share a little bit more equally allocated. I could go on, but I won't. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Commissioner Hester.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. I 100% agree with Commissioner Webb. It's an election year this year for our state representatives. Make sure when you go to the polls that you are voting for someone who represents Williamson County and wishes to get more TISA, more money for our schools in Williamson County. We have a group of very passionate people here tonight in the audience. Make sure you talk to your elected officials or potential elected officials. We need more funding for schools, and we do not want to raise taxes to pay for school debt or school funding. Thank you.
Thank you. Commissioner Mary Smith.
Yeah, I just want to say that I agree with going after more revenue is always a good idea. Do we have an idea how much revenue we're looking at bringing in with this particular request?
Go ahead, Commissioner Webb.
We don't have the dollar numbers. It's the ask is that the percentage is unfair, in my opinion, Mr. Chair, and so that if it were $1, that's $1 more than we're getting now. So I think that we push and say, what is a reasonable number, and let our legislators work with the Department of Education and the governor's office to find a reasonable number, which 71% is not.
So my understanding is based on the latest budget, it's still an $18 million gap. Is that correct? Can anybody confirm? It's still an $18 million gap, Rachel or Jason? Oh, it's down to 11?
So right now, our projections are it's closer to 11. The school board voted 2 months ago on some numbers, but the county actually reduced the need for some of the health insurance coverage, claims coverage. Plus, we have actually increased our fund balance from this year. We placed a moratorium on a lot of our purchase orders to try to narrow that gap. So we're somewhere around 11 million right now. We do project that our board will be looking at the budget on May 20th as well.
Okay, so $11 gap. Are we still, if we still have that same gap and we don't get any additional TISA funding, are we still looking at a property tax increase to cover the gap?
I think ultimately that's a question for you all, but we do project we will have a gap right now, and it's probably in that range.
Okay. Well, the thing I just want to point out is we did have the speaker here earlier that she was talking about the competition that we have with Rutherford County Schools, that teachers are making an equivalent of 3,000 more. The thing I find interesting is that Rutherford County is now, I think it's been said a couple times, is now the fastest growing county in our state. And I know that I believe they went up 1,000 students this last year in enrollment, while our enrollment pretty much stayed flat. But what I found really interesting when looking at their new proposed budget is their proposed budget is $14 million less than what our proposed budget is on the spending side for this year. So I do think, I love going after the revenue. I think it's a great idea to shorten that gap. But I do think there's potential for us to look at ways to save money and prioritize our teachers.
Yeah.
So I know there's some contracts, and looking at that, I do think there's got to be some potential there, because I can't understand how Rutherford can pay more.
Well, thank you for that, and I can't fully understand it yet, but I do have a couple of examples. We have our payroll department. Payroll at Rutherford County is handled through county government. That's just one quick example. When you compare budgets, you really need to look line by line to see every item. I'll give you one example. On the revenue side, based on what we saw published, there's about an $85 million funding difference from the state for Rutherford compared to Williamson County. That's the revenue side,
Right.
not the expense side. But related to that, they have somewhere around 19 to 20% more students than we do. So just to give you a comparison, our total revenue projected from the state's about $187 million this year, somewhere around there, with Rutherford that much more than us. But again, when you compare budgets, you really need to look at each line, each particular spot, what's being funded and where it's being paid for to cover those gaps.
Commissioner Richards.
Yeah, this is actually probably a question for Commissioner Webb. Do you happen to know the average over the state by the counties? You had said some counties pay as little as 11%.
Yes.
And we pay about 70% of our, do you know what the average across the state is?
No, Mr. Chair, I sent this report out 2 or 3 weeks ago to every commissioner, and so peruse it. There's 2 years in there, and so I ask you to look at it, and you can see it's a lot of numbers, a lot of percentages. And then you can also, if you want more years, go to the Department of Education. It's Table 19. It's hard to find. They will help you find it. And look at the different counties and cities. And, Rutherford County, there's Murfreesboro City Schools. They're 47% for the county and 41% for the city. Ability to pay comes in there, and so I guess Rutherford County doesn't have as much of ability to pay as we do. That's why there's close to a 30% difference. The issue I'm making is not about dollars, it's more about the equity of this, that bring it to our attention of our delegation. We've hit the limit. That's the point I'm trying to make. And I hope that you all look at this report I sent out. If you don't get it, we'll get it again. So you can see the numbers from across the state and show, if you have coffee or something with a representative, say, look at this. This is not fair. I know that word is overused, but fair and equitable is an important concept in government. And because we have the ability to pay doesn't mean we want to continue to pay this high rate. And as again, Commissioner Richards, as I said, Mr. Chair, I could go on about this all night, but me talking is not going to make a difference. I hope that you'll support and vote for this, and that we can send it up there and get some action.
Commissioner Hester has already spoken, so I'll go to Commissioner Torres.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I actually failed to mention as part of the caption that part of this is trying to address some of the unfunded mandates that come down from the state, whether it be computer literacy or other interventionist things like that they're requiring us to do, but they don't provide a funding mechanism.
Did Commissioner Sanford already speak? I removed it anyone. Commissioner Hester. I'm sorry, Commissioner Herbert.
Commissioner Webb talked about our delegation. They all supported the voucher. Most of them did the voucher system, which is $7,000 a year, but they're only giving us $4,300. I don't understand that, how we get less than what the voucher does. They need to start remembering they're representing Williamson County and the citizens here. Thank you.
Commissioner Hester?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. If you read and listen to the Rutherford County Commission, they are not willing to allocate dollars for building schools. The Board of Education in Rutherford County wants more money. The schools are very overcrowded in Rutherford County. At some point, I suppose growth in Rutherford County is going to stop. People want to move to Williamson County. They want to. Our demand is greater than the supply of homes we have. I think that home prices in Rutherford County will probably go down. How you feel about home prices in Williamson County is another matter. I taught school in Mississippi. It wasn't yesterday. It was at a time and in a county where this county did not provide local funding for their school system. They actually had housing for the teachers on one campus because teachers couldn't afford housing. This particular system advertised in the newspaper for teachers. I don't think I have ever seen that done anywhere but in this county in Mississippi. It wasn't yesterday, but I made $4,000, not a month, a year. Guess what their school system was like? Guess what kind of books were provided in the classroom? Guess what? The teachers had to provide paper, pencils. I don't think we want that kind of school system in Williamson County, where teachers have to supply all the materials needed in the classroom. Remember, we need more funding from the state of Tennessee just to be equitable. How much? As much as we can get. Thank you.
Commissioner Sanford?
Mr. Chair, on a lighter note, I'm going to put you on the spot. Will you commit to getting us down to about 11% if you get elected?
Down to 11.
Any other questions or comments? Seeing none, if we're ready to vote, all those in favor signify by pressing their yes button. Any opposed, their no. Anyone wishing to change their vote, please do so at this time. Record the vote, please, Mr. Whitby.
22 yes, 1 no.
Okay, we're over to Resolution 524-1, the one that we moved earlier in the evening. Resolution amending the rules, regulations, and procedures of the Williamson County Board of Commissioners concerning the recording and archiving of Williamson County committee meetings. Proper motion made by Commissioner Lisa Hayes, seconded by Commissioner Tom Tunnicliffe. Rules was 4-0 against as amended. Explanation, please, again, Commissioner Richards.
I'm not going to repeat myself. I think most of you remember. This is just an opportunity to record our committee meetings, which aren't done now. Most other municipalities and counties surrounding us do record their committee meetings. I think in the interest of transparency, it should be something we should do. I am open to suggestions on the wording of this. What I did was I followed what Sumner County did. I followed their resolution.
Commissioner Clifford.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. I guess first off, I am in favor of doing this for the Budget Committee. I think that's fine. I will go ahead and make a motion to remove the whereas statements number 2, number 3, and number 4, because I think there is some disagreement amongst the group as to what may or may not have happened during those meetings. And I think if we go ahead and remove those, it might take away some of the deliberation that might happen here, speed things up. I don't think any of those are necessary for the resolution to be considered. So I'll move to take out whereas statements 2, 3, and 4.
Have a proper motion. Do I have a second? Commissioner Sturgeon is the second. That is again to remove the whereas number 2, number 3, and number 4. Any questions on the motion? Commissioner Herbert, on the motion?
Going to be on the original, but also on the motion. My issue with this whole thing was some of this whereas were totally incorrect. That is not what happened. So if that's taken out, that could change my vote.
Commissioner Sanford?
Just to clarify, we're only talking about recording the Budget Committee and no other committee, is that correct?
Yeah, at this time, my hope is to expand it. The resolution doesn't touch upon that. I think it was actually, I begrudgingly agreed to just the Budget Committee, but I think.
That amendment's not on the floor yet.
Yeah, right now, we're only discussing the motion to remove the whereas, the second, third, and fourth whereas. And then we'll go back to talking about the resolution.
One more time, sorry.
Right now, we're discussing the motion or the amendment to remove the second, third, and fourth whereas. After that, then we'll go back to discussions on the resolution. Any other questions or comments on the motion to remove, again, the second, third, and fourth whereas? Seeing none, how are we going to vote on this one now? Do we need to do another hand?
As amended?
Can you, no.
As amended?
No, he has not put that amendment on the floor. This is a new amendment.
Correct.
You can vote by hand. It'll be quicker than him loading it.
Okay, and we'll do a hand vote again.
Probably do a voice vote.
And I'm being told maybe in this case, I think a voice vote will tell us all we need to hear. So if you're in favor of removing the whereas, the second, third, and fourth whereas from this resolution, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? Passes unanimously. Now we're back to the regular resolution. Any questions or comments on the regular resolution now as amended?
It's not amended yet.
It's not amended.
What's amended to remove those whereas?
Yeah, oh, you're right.
Don't we have to amend it to be the same amendment they did in the?
No, ma'am.
Is it automatically going to just be for the Budget Committee then?
That amendment would have to be re-brought up
Has not put
for
it
us.
forward.
Has to be made.
Oh, okay, I'm sorry.
So now we're discussing the resolution as amended to remove the second, third, and fourth whereas. At this point, someone can make another amendment, or someone can discuss the resolution as a whole. And I have first up Commissioner Mary Smith.
I'll make the motion to amend, to include the amendment for the Budget Committee.
Which is?
Hand it out.
It's on that last piece of paper,
Okay.
proposed
yeah.
amendment to resolution.
So this amendment should be in your packet. That's the amendment that Mary Smith is making now. Do I hear a second?
Second.
It came from Commissioner Torres. So now we are discussing this second amendment. Commissioner Sanford on the second amendment.
No, sir.
Any other questions or comments on the second amendment? Seeing none, are we ready to vote?
As amended?
As amended, this one may be loaded. Commissioner Webb.
I think it's going to be a amended
The
resolution.
question I have, Mr. Chair, is two things, and the sponsor may know this. One, what's the start date for the Budget Committee? We meet tomorrow, and so I'm not sure we'd be ready tomorrow, but is there a start date, is question one. And then under item number 4, Rule 8.2, is 2 business days reasonable? So if anybody has the answer, Mr. Chair.
Is that directed at me?
I'll open the floor to Commissioner Richards.
Right. The start date, I don't know. The 2 business days, I would defer to the tech department here. I thought my understanding was that the county commission videos are uploaded within 2 days.
Is there anyone here that can answer that question about uploading his IT department or anyone? We may not have anybody here that can answer that question, Commissioner Webb. Oh, well, we do. It comes out of the booth.
Thank you.
Okay, we're getting a thumbs up on 2 days.
Mr. Chair, while I still have the floor, since that question been answered, I would move, see if I'm doing this properly. I'll make the motion to amend this to begin July 1st, 2024. That way we can get through these budget meetings tomorrow night.
And this is an amendment to the amendment.
Yes.
I'll second that.
Got a proper amendment to the amendment made by Commissioner Webb and seconded by Commissioner Sanford to make the start date, which is currently not listed, be listed in this amendment along with the other items in this amendment, that start date to be July
1.
Yeah, you could just add it to 1.
July 1. We'll add that to number 1 on the amendment. And now we will discuss, if we need to, this amendment to the amendment about a start date of July 1. Do I have any questions? I already got the second. So I have a first and a second to amend the amendment to have a start date of July 1st. Are there any questions or comments related to having this start on July 1st? First on the floor I see is Commissioner Aiello on the amendment to the amendment. Commissioner Tunnicliffe on the amendment to the amendment. On the date? None. Commissioner Herbert on the date?
Well, I don't know if this applies to that, but to me, this has got so many mistakes and problems with it. What can we do with it instead of amending and amending and amending and amending? Can it not be redone and come back at a different time?
We could have a motion to defer it.
Motion to defer?
two
Can I
amendments
do that, or we got to vote
But
on
we
the
have to-
amendment?
We have 2 amendments on the floor.
We have to vote on this amendment first, I think.
Correct. You can only have 2 subsidiary motions on the floor at one time.
That's a new one by me. You can only have an amendment to an amendment. You can't have an amendment to an amendment to an amendment.
Correct. You
Correct.
can only have 2 amendments.
So only you can have 2 at a time. Thank God. So Commissioner Aiello, I think you already said no on the date? Nothing, okay. So are there any questions or comments on the motion from Webb, seconded by Sanford, on moving or setting a date for this to start as July 1st? Seeing none, and I know it's not loaded, so we will vote by voice first to see if that works. If you're in favor of setting a start date on this resolution of July 1st, signify by saying yes.
Yes.
Or aye. Yeah. Any opposed? That passes unanimously. Now we're back to the amendment. Any questions or comment on the amendment? The first one goes to Aiello.
Yes, this is on the amendment. Can anybody speak to the fiscal cost of having personnel at these meetings, and whether there'll be new technology requests for outfitting these other conference rooms with video and or audio capabilities, and then the uploading and the maintenance of all this?
And the mayor's going to speak to it as well. I'll let the mayor speak first.
Commissioner, to address that, I'd just be pulling a number out of the hair. I really, if this is the way you're going to go, give us 30 days to work all this out, like Judy was suggesting. We'll bring it back on the budget and have those numbers there, personnel and all that. Because it'd just be a guess. Because some budget meetings will last an hour, some of them 30 minutes.
Sure.
But you get into the meat of the budget processes. The other night, we went, 2 or 3 hours? One of those meetings.
On the floor.
So it varies.
You've only got 1 amendment on the floor.
In that case, can I move to defer it to allow that to be prepared for the next
Since-
meeting?
Second.
Yeah, since we just have 1 amendment on the floor, we can't have a second amendment, and you can make that motion. So I hear a motion to defer to when?
To the, how much time does the county need? June 10? Or the June 20? Yeah.
I would ask that you allow us to put this in next year's budget. We're going to have the budget meeting tomorrow afternoon. It's for the consolidated. Now, we can make changes to that as we come on the floor later on, but why not run this on July 1 And we could probably have those numbers here by June, so we can incorporate those into our next year's budget if that's so the desire of the commission.
So June 10, I guess, would be the day.
But whenever, I don't know when the next, is that when the
June
next
10th would be
commission
the
meeting
regular
is? June
schedule.
10th, we can do it.
Thank you.
So a motion, sorry.
This also states that it would be either audio or visual, which is it?
Yeah, I don't know if we're going to defer it. That may be something that we'll want
What
to figure out.
matters on cost?
Yeah, which again, the mayor said he couldn't answer on either one of those, audio or visual. He couldn't give an answer, but we'll get an answer by June 10th. Is the idea here.
I understand, but is it for a tape recorder is a lot less than having a video?
But I think we need to vote on the deferral, and if the deferral fails, then we can ask that question.
Okay.
All right, so I have a proper motion on the table to defer this resolution to June 10th. Do I have a second? Second from Commissioner Herbert. Question or comments on the deferral? Commissioner Tunnicliffe.
Yeah. I am glad we're deferring this because there's a couple questions that need to be addressed. Are we going to be doing audio or video? And then I get the fact we want them recorded. I agree with that. I think it's great for the transparency. A couple of questions to go along with that then. We're going to quote-unquote archive it. How long will we archive the data? Where will we archive this data? And what process will be used to securely allow access in 2 days? Recording equipment, will it be audio or video again? Will the mayor's staff be trained on how to maintain the functionality of this recording equipment? And any necessary funding, how much will this equipment cost? What is the system that we are looking at to record these meetings? Where will the data be stored? How long will the data be stored? How will the public access this data? Keep in mind that the most common agreements with data centers includes charges for data in and out. I don't know if YouTube will allow us to continue to use them in that fashion. I don't know if we have an agreement with them.
I think those are questions that if this deferral fails, that we'll need, you'll
I think they'll need to come forward on
be
the
appropriate to ask.
June 10th question.
Right now, we're just asking for questions or comments on the deferral. Commissioner Sanford, did you have anything on the deferral? Commissioner Hayes on the deferral?
No.
Commissioner Williams on the deferral?
I just know I'll be inspecting the minutes next month to make sure that this is properly reflected.
Yes, indeed. Any other questions or comments on the deferral? If you're in favor of deferring this resolution to June 10th, signify by saying aye. Aye. Any opposed? The resolution is deferred. Once again, as always, I want to thank the sheriff's deputies for standing this entire time for our safety and being here. Thank you. I want to thank all the department heads for staying as late as they did. And are there any other items to come before this commission? If not, I'll have a motion to adjourn. We are adjourned.